Hello, welcome to the stream. My name is Evan Freiberger, and today we're going to be covering the severe weather, potentially. Actually, let's go to the big screen. It'd probably be better to start off like that. But yeah, we're going to be covering the severe weather over here in Colorado, and also monitoring for some storms over here in Missouri. Those storms are starting to get started. They're south of Warrensburg, north of Springfield. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on these guys. We got a little bit of a slight risk out here for some large hail and some damaging winds associated with these storms. So we're going to be keeping an eye on them. They're kind of in their little goo goo gaga wah wah stages here. Little baby storms, little blips on the radar. They're near Nevada and El Dorado Springs and Warsaw. But eventually, the models have these storms getting a little bit stronger as the day continues, really starting now. So just watch out there. We'll see if they issue a severe thunderstorm watch. They're considering it. I think there's about a 40% chance of that being issued as of the latest mesoscale discussions released from the SPC there. So that's what we're dealing with. Right there, we also got a lot of severe weather already happening over here in Colorado. We've got a storm over here with 70-mile-per-hour winds that is pushing off to the east towards Fort Morgan, Brush, over there west of Akron as well. We've got 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. Hail's not as much of an issue, but that might uptick here in a little bit as this storm pushes south of Fort Morgan. Also, we've got another storm down here just to the east of Limon. I thank you, CEO Core, for becoming an EF1 member. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, we've got 1 inch hail here, 60-mile-per-hour winds pushing off to the east towards Flagler, Colorado. And then we've got this storm down here. That is pretty impressive, actually, with some apple-sized hail associated with it. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm, and that is about to push into Pumpkin Center here in Colorado. So if you live in Pumpkin Center, make sure that you are indoors and well away from those windows. This is a very strong storm here with the potential of apple-sized hail, which is pretty intense. Pretty intense there. That can cause easily break windows, can throw hail into a house after the window is broken, can cause roof damage. So, you just got to be indoors and well away from those windows, and you should be okay unless you're in like a trailer with a weak roof. Then sometimes even hail that large can try to come through the roof, so you need to be watching out for that as well. Maybe put on a helmet, something to protect your head there. Definitely don't want to be outside for that storm, though. That is a strong storm. What is central Pennsylvania looking like this week? Looking pretty good. Not expecting much over there. Maybe some rain every now and then, but other than that, not really expecting any severe weather in the Pennsylvania area as of right now. But Ordway and Rocky Ford and Swink, you guys are now under a 70-mile-per-hour wind warning here with this severe thunderstorm. That's going to be heading towards Ordway, Rocky Ford, and Swink here in a little bit. But the good news is, at least for the major population centers here in Colorado, the storms have moved on. They had their good time when they were in your city, but they decided to break up with you guys and move on, which is a good thing. It'll cause growth for you guys. But, the thing is that these storms are going to continue to push on to the east, and we could, depending on how these storms develop and kind of, how much moisture they can access and how strong their downdrafts can become throughout the day. We could potentially have some stronger winds with these storms. I think the last mesoscale discussion released for this area, let me just double check to make sure that I'm right here. Yeah, the last mesoscale discussion that was released for this cluster of storms out here, they're saying that significant severe wind swath possibly beginning around 2:30 UTC, which I think would be around 4:30 p.m., maybe a little bit later there. And spreading east-southeast through 0-1, which would be around 7-8 p.m. Peak gusts of 75 to 90 miles per hour are going to be possible. And this little swath here in Colorado going into parts of Kansas there. So we got to watch out for that potential threat there. Let me see if I can scroll down to the other one. Yeah, so we also have a little mesoscale discussion for parts of Missouri and Kansas as well. That's going to be Chanute, Fredonia, Pittsburgh, Joplin, Nevada, Springfield, Branson, and Lebanon here in Missouri. Severe threat may increase through the afternoon. Severe hail and winds are the main threats watch situation is possible pending favorable convective trends. So if we start to see storms develop, start to develop that severe potential, they'll probably issue a severe thunderstorm watch. But as of right now, given the fact that we don't really have too much ongoing in the region, the watch probability is sitting at around 40%. You lost your membership? Well, hang out long enough. You might get another one if somebody gifts memberships in the future. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with. Hopefully today will be pretty calm. Yeah, we used to call Lola the meme lord. She used to make memes all the time for the channels, and they were quite funny. Yeah, looks like Fort Morgan. Looks like this storm is actually going to dive to the south. At least the worst part of it's going to dive to the south of Fort Morgan. You can really tell that this storm is picking up speed as it goes down to the south. Still got 70-mile-per-hour winds. These storms are actually moving pretty quickly. Well, the northern one was moving pretty quickly, but I guess not anymore. They did kind of downgrade the speed of this thing, but they might uptick it. They say it's moving at 20 miles per hour, but I think it's moving a little bit faster than that now. Probably our strongest storm right now is this one, though. About to push into Pumpkin Center. Again, 3-inch hail potentially inside of this. And we can really see where that hail is when we come over to the correlation coefficient. You can really see this little area where you start to see those greens and blues pop up. That's where the hail core is with this storm. And that's where that 3-inch hail would be. And it's about to move into Pumpkin Center. So please continue to be indoors and well away from those windows. Yeah, so we also are going to have Storm Runner Media out there. They're near Brush, Colorado. They're on the northern portion of this storm. They're trying to get out in front of these storms. They're moving, thankfully, a little bit slower, so they should be able to get pretty far out ahead of them. It'll be these storms and the ones to the south that could potentially produce those 70 to 90 mile per hour winds. Miami, Oklahoma. I think you guys have a threat for severe weather, but I think it's on the lower end. Then we also have Connor Croft, who's out here near Flagler, Colorado. Looks like he's in this rain and hail core right now. Let's listen in to see if he's actually getting any hail. Yeah. Is northern Colorado safe from hail? No. Well, it depends on how far north. I mean, if you're talking about like around the Ray area, the Rye area, here, or like Akron, Yuma, Eckley, it really just depends on if this storm continues to dive down to the south and east. The hail threat on the northern portion of this would be a little bit lower, but it might uptick. Probably somewhere around an inch to ping pong ball sized hail along this leading edge. And it looks like that's going down to the south and east. So Akron might miss out on the major hail threat there, but or not major, it's kind of small actually, especially since the storm is outflow dominant. But you might get some winds potentially of up to 70 miles per hour. But if you live north of that, near like Sterling, Julesburg, and Holyoke, or maybe like over here near Fort Collins and Greeley, we're still watching to see if there's going to be some development back here, but it should stay sub-severe. The main storms that we're talking about today are going to be just in this area here. Riding these little outflow boundaries and pushing off to the east, southeast eventually with those severe wind potentials. Burlington. So Burlington is in the path of some of these storms here. And in fact, I think it was Burlington that was in that mesoscale discussion that mentioned those 90 mile per hour winds being possible. Let me see. There. Yeah, I think Burlington is just within that little risk there, and that'll be coming eventually from these guys here. We're expecting them to surge a little bit here in terms of their damaging wind threats, as there are pretty strong storms right now. especially this one to the south. This one up to the north, not so much, kind of a high precipitation supercell. But if we get that cold pull surge and those winds to start to pick up with these storms, we could potentially see some pretty damaging winds in Burlington. But it's not a guarantee. Again, in these little mesoscale environments, things are always up in the air. We could get a surprise somewhere. Who knows? Maybe it's not even Colorado today where the enhanced risk is, which let's go over that real quick. But yeah, who knows? Maybe it's not even Colorado today that has the worst weather. It probably will be, but we do have a slight risk over here in Missouri with those storms. Maybe we get, a surprise threat over there. It's really hard to tell with these really small scale kinematic environments when you don't really have a whole lot of steering from the shear in the atmosphere. So, but yeah, we do have an enhanced risk here. That's going to be for Ray, Goodland, Colby, Lacken, Dodge City, Great Bend, Larned, and Hays, Kansas, and Oklahoma. We got a slight risk extending all the way from like Cheyenne, Fort Collins, Denver, Colorado Springs, all the way through Wichita, Springfield, Jefferson, in parts of Missouri, going into Kansas, northern Oklahoma, even in little parts there of northern Texas, including Perryton, Guymon, Hooker, there also in Oklahoma. Then we got like Lamar, La Junta, Colorado Springs, Denver, Fort Collins, and Cheyenne. But I do think that your threat is pretty much over there for that caliber of severe weather. It's mainly going to be off to your east now. And then we got a marginal risk around that includes even parts of Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, a little bit more there of Oklahoma, going down into Amarillo, Texas, and then also McCook, Nebraska, I think would probably have the highest probability of seeing some severe weather on this northern portion of the line. But yeah, the main risk for today is not going to be tornadoes. So that's why we're not really highlighting tornadoes in a thumbnail today. But we do have a backup thumbnail, I think. Did I make one? No, I didn't even make a backup thumbnail. So we'll just never have a tornado on our thumbnail at all today, probably. And we got the black border there again. I don't know what causes that. It's just a weird radar omega glitch. Our little black border extends on the right side of the screen. There we go. All right. But yeah, our tornado risk is actually quite low today. It's only a 2%. That doesn't mean tornadoes are impossible. And in fact, we've seen tornado outbreaks in 2% before. It's just a really low chance of that happening. The main risk today is probably going to be damaging winds, but the places that do need to be somewhat weather aware for a small tornado threat is going to be areas like Springfield, Jefferson City, just to the west of Cape Girardeau there, Wichita, Emporia, Hutchinson, Great Bend, Dodge City, Hays, Ulysses, Goodland there in Kansas, Lamar, mainly, and south of Sterling, which is still left over here near Cheyenne, Fort Collins, and Denver and Colorado Springs. Your threat's passed for the most part right now. So that's kind of what we're looking at in terms of the tornado threat. Pretty low. The main reason why we're going live today is not the tornado threat. It's the wind threat. Wind and the large hail threat. We got some damaging winds possible with this storm. It's a 30% chance here for 75-mile-per-hour winds and above, with the highest end for the wind probability today is going to be somewhere in between 80 to 90-mile-per-hour winds. So some pretty serious storms could happen into the nighttime, over into kind of some of the earlier morning hours here, going into Goodland, Garden City, Dodge City, Great Bend, Hays, and Hutchinson's here in Kansas, and then Burlington, Ray there in Colorado. Then we got a slight risk around that where we have some chance for damaging winds of 60 miles per hour, going up to right around 70 miles per hour as well. So small chance, but still a chance there for some severe winds there. Then we also have a 5% around that. In terms of our hail risk, I don't think it's going to be very widespread. Yeah, it's a pretty small area. We've already seen most of our hail risk kind of materialize today, especially with this storm down here with 3-inch hail. It's in that significant hail risk zone as that tries to make it into Pumpkin Center, but it looks like the main portion of the hail core is actually, wow. I don't know what you guys got going on here in Pumpkin Center, but y'all just deflected that storm. They got a big old tennis racket out there, hit the storm away. But still a possibility of some hail kind of wrapping around on the backside here. Some larger hail still possible there near Pumpkin Center, Colorado. But yeah, the next people in line for this hail risk is going to be like Burlington, Ray, Goodland, Colby there. And then we have 15% chance for quarter-sized hail there for Ulysses, Liberal, Dodge City, Great Bend, Hays, Hutchinson, Wichita. And then over here in Springfield, Jefferson City, Fredericktown, Lebanon, Rolla, Poplar Bluff, and Cape Girardeau. And then everybody in the Brown region here is a very low chance, but not 0% chance for seeing that quarter-sized hail, and above. And that's pretty much what we're talking about. That's pretty much what we're talking about. We'll go look at the future models really quick for the rest of the day. While we're talking about it, let's come over here to the 18Z model. And then push this forward. You can see I already got the storms right around in this region. It's around 5 p.m. now. And those are going to eventually, most likely over the next hour or so, it's going to start to form into this line of storms. And that's going to be when that damaging wind threat will really start to pick up. And that's going to move down to the south and east throughout the day. And then we also should start to see over the next hour or so, these storms start to form in Missouri. We could have some form around the St. Louis area there south of Jefferson City. And also over there near Springfield, where there could be some sort of a possibility of some severe weather and maybe even a small chance for a tornado as we go throughout the day. Now, if we zoom out here and push this forward another 2 hours, you can see that the storms are going to be moving into Kansas probably sometimes around 8 p.m. In this time frame. And you can see that we've got still that line of damaging winds ongoing here. And then we really start to see that severe weather potential probably peak here in parts of Missouri, over there near Springfield, south of St. Louis. But, again, these are some mesoscale things that we're talking about here. So, they're very small details that these kind of models do not even handle whatsoever. They don't pick them up. And so there's small details at play here. And some of these storms could be in different places. So just because this future radar is showing the storms over there near Springfield, could have still potentially get some stronger storms there near St. Louis. Just be weather aware, just in case the models aren't really picking this up so well. Also, we got some scattered rain and showers that's going to be possible from Illinois going up into Indiana, also into Michigan. Just going to be some showers, maybe a strike of thunder, and also some of that is going to be possible up here in Maine, where we actually had a severe thunderstorm warning again, and some flood reports over here south and east of Augusta, with 2 roads completely washed out. Apparently, one pavement buckled, flooded roads with over 6 inches of water flowing over them. So actually a pretty serious thing happened over there south and east in Augusta, Maine. But yeah, so that's going to be around 8 p.m. After that, we still have that small potential for severe weather out here in the southern Missouri area. And then this line of storms is pushing now into like parts of Garden City, Dodge City potentially. Going into 11, 12, this line of storms continues, and the widespread thunderstorm activity to severe activity is still ongoing here in southern Missouri at around 12 a.m. And then the storms are slowly approaching Wichita by the time we get into 2 a.m. Hey, thank you, Judy, for the $4. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. But yeah, so those storms are still going to continue with that damaging wind threat. They shouldn't be significant at this point. And then by the time we get into the early morning hours, around that time, everyone's waking up to go back to work on or I guess that's a Sunday. Never mind. To go to church, maybe. If you guys go to church super early, you might be up and about. But most people will be sleeping in. But the good news is that you can sleep in and feel okay about it, as the severe threat should be pretty low at this point. But you can see that we have storms extending all the way into Tennessee, parts of parts of Alabama. There's some rain and showers. That's going to die off. And then going into tomorrow, might have a little bit of an MCS form here south of Nashville as that pushes off to the south and east. And then maybe some more storms going into like Little Rock, south of Oklahoma City. By around 8 p.m. tomorrow, that could have a small potential there for severe weather. But we're not really talking about anything too crazy tomorrow. Tomorrow's probably going to be a rest day for me. But today we do have an enhanced risk. So we are going to be live covering it for a little bit. I don't think I'm going to cover this all the way until the wee morning hours. But, we'll just see how it progresses. If we have serious threats, still out there by around 9 and 10 p.m., we might consider pushing it out a little bit more. But, if things are kind of moderated and not really too intense, that'll probably be it. I thank you, JBF and Bricks, for that compliment. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's go check in on the storms over here south and east of Fort Morgan. We got 70-mile-per-hour winds pushing down to the south and east still. That's going to be along this leading edge right in there. You can see, hopefully, on velocities a little bit where those winds are. Yeah, definitely have some sort of MCS trying to form on this northern side. We have a little bit of broad circulation out there, so that might be the part of the storm we might have to watch sometime in the future as that kind of pushes this storm out. And this should be that wind threat here for Stratton and Kit Carson, Cheyenne Wells, here in the future. But so far, the storms weren't really too powerful in terms of that wind threat. If we come over here south of that, we still have this storm ongoing with potential for 70-mile-per-hour winds pushing towards Rocky Ford and La Junta. Oh,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
new tornado warning has been issued here. Let's go ahead and talk about that. We got a tornado warning here near Woodrow. Oh, wow, they're warning that. That would be some side lobe contamination. Yeah, they just warned side lobe contamination here. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's over in the clear air. Yeah, you can see there's not any reflectivity under that. It's in the clear air of the storm, so that is most likely side lobe contamination in that part of the storm. So I don't think that's a legitimate area of rotation. Yeah, next scan, you can see it just disappears. So they just warned side lobe contamination, which does happen. I will say this little area is surging down to the south and east there, but I don't think it's much of a tornado threat at this moment. We'll keep an eye on it. Radar indicated. No reports of a funnel, so Woodrow would technically need to be going into their safe spots. Yeah, we'll keep it on this warning for now. I guess I'll change my title. While we're at it, hello, hello. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Let me look at it on the storm relative velocities won't really help here. Let me look at it a little bit further up into the atmosphere just to make sure. I'm fairly confident that that is side lobe. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely dealing with some side lobe contamination. Yeah, latest scan here, zero rotation in that area. So, yeah, you see how this is all blocky here? When you get that blockiness out in front, when you get that blockiness out in front of in the clear air, and then all of a sudden the velocities out of nowhere just start to become looking dangerous. That doesn't typically happen unless you have a really strong RFD, or just like a really strong shear environment. Sometimes you got to be looking out for those quick increases. But these storms today should be relatively slow in terms of their progression to their rotations. And so I'm not really overly concerned when I see all of a sudden no rotation. Then on the next scan, you see a bunch of rotation, especially when it's in the clear air of the storm. But I'd be in your safe spots there in Woodrow just in case. You never know. The storm might actually start to have some dangerous rotation at some point today. So I would be in your safe spots if nothing happens. Just consider it as practice. But as of right now, I'm not seeing any tornado imminent circulation. That's where we're watching right there. The latest scan is still showing that side lobe contamination off into the clear air of the storm. Let me get this so Woodrow pops up here. Is Ohio and Indiana where we're looking at here? No. Why would you think that? Well, I guess you guys could have some similar city names. No, this is in Colorado here. It's cold here. Cold where? Tell me so I know where not to go. Where am I from? I'm from Northern Alabama. Can we have a members only stream on Monday? I don't know. If the storms behave, yeah. Can't wait for summer break. Be nice. A little break in the summer would be quite nice. Wisconsin, nothing's going on in Wisconsin right now. Again, guys, I'm not sure if you guys are having trouble reading the thumbnail, but the main severe threat's going to be down in here, like Wisconsin, Indiana, Illinois, maybe a little part of Illinois later on tonight. We do have some showers up here, but we're not expecting them to become severe. Just some rain. There's a little severe thunderstorm warning up here, though. In the UP of Michigan, about to cross into Canada. So watch out there in Canada. Could be some quarter-sized hail. Let me see if any of the chasers are nearby this storm. Let's come over to here now. Oh my gosh, Storm Runner Media is right in it. They can get their connection back. They're literally right in that area of rotation. Let me go back into their stream here. Let's come over. Oh, they're coming back. Let's come over to here. We'll listen in.
There's your circulation. There it is. Hold on.
It's right in front of us.
For 1 second. Yeah. You see that right there?
Yeah, it's right here. There it is.
Okay. Well, that's the road I want though.
So they're near the leading edge of this.
You on my tail because I can't see. I need to turn around.
Yeah, you can see that there's some dust being picked up there, but that's on the leading edge. That's not. That wouldn't be a tornado. That would be a gust-nado out there. If that.
See how it's rising up right there? Right there.
There's definitely a lot of movement in the clouds.
Well, look how low that's to the ground.
I'm trying to stop.
Oh wow. Yeah, strong winds with this storm. That's not a tornado though. You can see there's like no movement in that cloud, it's just scud. But that, very strong winds picking up dust here with this storm right now. Definitely a strong gust front. Might have to keep an eye on the northern part of this storm to see if actual circulations can develop. Wow, look how fast those winds are. I wonder if this is going to be the main threat of the day. This storm, which I think is a little bit different than what the models were saying, but those are some strong wind gusts. What the heck? This storm is super intense. I was not expecting this. They might put a PDS severe warning on this. It's only warned for 60 miles per hour.
Right now?
No, that's just dust.
Look at now the dust is circulating.
Oh wow, wait a second. I can't tell, their thing's all blurry. Oh yeah, that's just dust. It's still dust. Very strong winds. Holy moly. Yeah, they need to up this warning. This is right in that tornado warned storm there near Woodward. So watch out there near Woodward, Colorado. These winds are strong. No, that is not a tornado. That is just straight line winds there.
That might be something in there. With how this is being pulled in this way and that's being pulled that way.
I'm sorry, you guys.
Now it's all going.
See.
Here, I can take them out my window.
It's heading. Really it's over Woodrow, Colorado. Very strong winds with this storm. Definitely could knock out power. We might have 80-mile-per-hour winds in this already.
Well, I think we need new windshield wipers.
Yeah, we definitely do. So should I go back to that road you were talking about and get to 30 then?
It's all going to be dirt. I mean, you're going to be in rain now. You can go up that way, yes. Or you can go down. It
looks like they're going to reposition here. So we'll come back over to this while they reposition. But yeah, that's this storm here near Woodrow, Colorado. Again, this is located near Akron, just to the south of Akron. And this storm has got some powerful winds with it. Very powerful winds. Still very side lobe contaminated here. You can see that all that is in the clear air. We're not really seeing much circulation there. Maybe a little bit trying to form like south of Woodrow, but that's very weak and broad right now. Mainly, the main threat with this storm still continues to be those damaging winds. As you guys just saw live on stream. Wow, look at that dust and how fast it's moving. That is intense. This storm is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Look at that!
Good Lord.
These winds are like at least 60 to 70, maybe even 80 miles per hour here. Some of these wind gusts, especially initially, they were very powerful. And look at it blow across the road. You can barely see. I wonder if we're going to get a dust storm out of this.
That's it.
Wow, Wow, look at that view.
This is impossible. There's so much dust.
That is crazy. We're in the mouth of the beast.
Gosh, sorry guys. I can't see out my side windows. I can't.
Yeah, still not seeing anything, thankfully, in this storm that's indicating an increased tornado threat at the moment.
Right there. Everyone's down there. Amazing. I don't know what to do.
Yeah,
There's something on the right side of the screen there.
I don't know how he's going to be able to do that.
No clue.
Oh my gosh, look at those winds over there.
No.
You can definitely get spin-ups when you have winds this strong. Oh man, look at that dust. That dust is booking it. That is intense. All right, let's come back over to here. And that dust is definitely booking it there, and that's associated with this leading edge of this gust front here. And you know what? There is a little bit of circulation now starting to form with this storm. It's a little bit broad still, but that is our first little iota of rotation with this storm. Right there. But yeah, we got to watch this area as, you know, with how strong these gusts are. I'm a little bit more concerned than I was probably about 10 minutes ago for a quick spin-up threat. I don't think we've had any spin-ups just yet. But right up in here, you can see, you know, these winds are not really being picked up too well by the radar, as we're definitely getting some winds, you know, upwards in that 60 to 80 mile per hour range there. And that's going to continue to push down to the south and east. And when you have winds that strong, sometimes these storms have a little bit of an easier capability of spinning up some quick little spin-ups. The good news is that there's not many people that live out here, and that main tornado threat here for Woodrow is over. Still have some wind and hail potentially inside of this storm right now. Come back over to here. Yeah, still not seeing any tornadic circulations within this just yet. Again, they're right here on the leading edge of the storm. Not really seeing too fast of movement. Definitely some broader circulation in this area in which they are looking at right now. Is that road paved? No, it's dirt. That's a dirt road. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. You've been on a storm before? Yeah. I chase a lot. Well, not as much as these guys do. That's for sure. Let's come over here, check out Connor's view. Looks like he's getting some hail. Oh yeah, look at the road. Looks like y'all got snow. Look at all that hail on there. This is kind of small, but lots of hail falling here near Flagler and Siebert, Colorado. Just to the south of those two cities is where the hail core is.
Stay splashing in the puddles! Get a little less frequent.
Doesn't seem to be too big, thankfully. But there's a lot of hail in there. So it's not big hail, but it's a lot of hail. We'll go down there and check on this storm. That is going to be this storm here just to the south of Flagler. Potentially could have some golf ball sized hail. And then that's pushing down to the south and east. And that's the main threat with this storm. Could also have 60 mile per hour winds that could potentially produce some power outages, maybe some trees getting knocked down here. And that's eventually going to push towards 59. And again, this is in Colorado here. Go check on the storm south of Hugo. With that, still looks like they downgraded this to 2-inch sized hail now. That's going to be south of Borio, just to the west of Aurora, there in Colorado. Over down here near La Junta, still have up to 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with this, and that is pushing towards y'all pretty quickly. Probably within the next 10 to 15, maybe 20 minutes, that storm is going to be over you guys there in La Junta. Also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here south of Goodwell. That's pushing up to the north. It's going to be in Goodwell, Oklahoma, and near Guyman, probably within the next 20 to 30 minutes. Looks like they did go ahead and issue that severe thunderstorm watch out here for parts of Missouri and Arkansas. Look at this over here near Joplin, Carthage, Springfield, Ozark, West Plains, Mountain Home, Cherokee Village, Paragould there in Arkansas, Fredericktown, Rolla, St. Roberts, Lebanon also are in this severe thunderstorm watch. And yeah, we are starting to see these storms start to get their acts together up there. So definitely got to keep an eye out for some larger hail, some severe winds, and also the potential, a small potential, but you can't rule out a tornado with these storms either. So we'll be keeping an eye on these guys as well as the threat progresses. So let's come back over to this tornado warned storm over here. Rotation on the backside is trying to pick up there south and east of Woodrow. It's a little bit tighter, but also there's still some hail in there, so I'm still thinking the rotation's a little bit overblown with this storm, but you can definitely tell that there is some circulation in there. I don't think it's as tight as it is. Oh, wow. What is going on Storm Runner Media's view here? Some dust being kicked up underneath that cloud there. Are we still talking just dust? What is that? I think we're just talking still dust here. Yeah, it's still dust.
Might be falling apart a little bit.
It is falling apart a little bit, yeah.
That's a funnel on the left edge. See that?
Right here?
On the left.
Yeah, right here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right there, guys. Look right here.
Interesting. Major.
That's a
size.
funnel.
Are you sure it is?
Yeah, look, see how it's pointing down?
It's looking down. Can't see because of that dust.
I don't know if that's a funnel, guys. It's looking just like a...
I mean, it might be.
We'll give it a 50-50.
Curvature because of the dust, so I'm not going to say.
Don't think that's a funnel. I think we're just dealing with some scud there. But we'll keep an eye on it. If it tries to bend down and face towards the ground, then it'll be a little bit more concerning there. But you can see that they're kind of just to the north of this area of circulation. That's where Storm Runner Media is. Down here is where we're watching. And they're kind of pointing in that direction. So there's little broad circulations there. Might try to do some spin-ups there on the backside of the leading edge of this storm. Still keeping an eye on it. If you live just to the east of Woodrow here in Colorado, please continue to be in your safe spots. Think a kickoff and a boob. Yeah, I mean, if I mean, that's kicking up a bunch of dust. I wouldn't be overly surprised. It's like the tail end. Yeah, I don't think it's a funnel. I think it's just some scud kind of getting wrapped up in the gust front there. Looks like Connor's still getting some hail. Wow, look at that view from Storm Runner Media on the top right. Yes, Connor's still in hail on that storm in the south. All right, let's see what the warning is on this. It's at 60 miles per hour, which is interesting to me. But I guess, the NWS doesn't, I don't think the NWS watches storm chasers religiously. I think they rely on reports to come in and METAR data. So they might not have any METARs in this area. And, the storm chasers that are in and around this storm, they might not have METAR stations on their car good enough to measure the winds accurately for when that gust front came through. But I definitely think that there's stronger winds in there, especially along this leading edge than 60 miles per hour. Could definitely have some 70, maybe even some 80 mile per hour wind gusts in there still. Now wind fan, yeah, it's moving because they're driving pretty fast, or driving like around probably on 30, 40 miles an hour. Yeah, and a boob is a dust storm. It's I don't think I can pull up any photos or anything to show you guys, but yeah, I mean it's essentially when you get a big old gust front, kind of like what we're talking about, and you get a big old curtain of dust that kind of forms along the leading edge, and it's like if you've ever seen those dust storm videos from like the Middle East where there's just massive amounts of dusts underneath a large thunderstorm, and sometimes they happen here in the United States too. So I'm not sure if we're going to be dealing with that today. Not sure how much dust is out here. I don't think you guys are in too much of a drought, so we're probably not going to be talking about much of an aboob chance with these storms. Get them here in Tucson. Yeah, they're more likely there in like Arizona, where it stays dry for a long portion of the year. Then you get monsoon season come through with those thunderstorms. You get a downburst or a microburst, and then all of a sudden you get a wall of dust coming towards you. Yeah, that's the latest. Looks like we're just getting on those new scans to come in. Let's see if the rotation is getting any stronger or weaker here. Yeah, still on the broad side. They're still in the opinion that I don't think this is going to be a tornado imminent storm right now, but we are keeping a close eye on it just in case, because there's definitely some broad circulation in there. Let's go back over checking on these storms over here. Oh, wow. Got an area of some rotation being indicated here with this storm as well. Look at that. South of Flagler, that storm might be trying to wrap up a little bit. It's kind of a blocky signal, so I do think we're getting some hail contamination. You can see it's a little squarey here, a little squarey there. Let's see how that has progressed. Yeah, definitely a little bit of a blocky signal, so I'm not sure if they're going to warn that or not, but we'll keep an eye on it. A little area of rotation. You can see that the rain in the precipitation is kind of wrapping around there. So that's the only thing that I'm thinking is making me think it's a little bit legitimate there. They've also, let's see. Yeah, they downgraded this severe thunderstorm warning a little bit here to ping pong ball sized hail. And again, no cities in the path of this, but if you live south of Siebert here in Colorado, you guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Let's check back in with this lime-sized hailstorm here. And not a whole lot of rotation with this. This is still pushing down to the south and east. No cities in the path, but if you live south of Borrego, there in Colorado, you guys need to be indoors and well away from those windows as well. And then these storms are still pushing through Rocky Ford, Swink, La Junta. You still probably got about 15 minutes before that storm ends up into you. But ping pong ball sized hail, even a tornado possible tag on this storm as well. Not seeing too much rotation on it right now, but yeah, I mean, those are the threats that we're dealing with this storm. So power outages could definitely be possible there. Let's come back up here. Surprised. They just must not be getting any data in suggesting that there are some stronger winds with this storm. I check Fredericktown, Missouri. So not a whole lot's going on in Missouri right now. We have some storms firing near El Dorado Springs and Warsaw right now. We'll definitely be paying a little bit more attention to Missouri, though, if these start to become severe or if they start to show any signs of rotation, as that is a possibility today. But so far, we're just talking about heavier rain, some lightning there in between Warsaw and Stockton, Missouri. So unless you live in and around this region, you really don't have much of any storms nearby you right now. But wider storm coverage is going to be expected as we go throughout the day. So that threat should be picking up here over the next hour or two as we get into the later night periods. La Junta is pronounced La Junta. Oh, okay. I'll try to remember that. La Junta. Interesting. Reports of a tornado south of Flagler, Colorado. Sent me a post. Let me check that out. There's a little area of rotation in there. From Colton Flint. Huh. Hmm. I mean, there's definitely some circulation on the ground there. I would need to know where they were in relation to the storm, but I'll retweet it. Colton Flint is out there storm chasing near Flagler, Colorado, and it looks like a land spout to me. It looks like a land spout to me. I'd need to know the exact location of this report to know for sure, but I'll put my Twitter link in chat here. It looks like they allowed that. It looks like they allowed that tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They allowed that tornado warning to expire, but we just got a new tornado warning down here, where the land spout threat seems there. That little area of rotation, though, it's kind of disappeared on that last scan. But yeah, I mean, if you live south of Flagler, be in your safe spots here. Again, that is the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Check out this hailstone.
Hail here.
That's 2-inch hail.
This is just slightly bigger than a golf ball, but definitely not quite as big as tennis ball. So in between. What's in between a tennis ball and a golf ball?
Lime.
No.
Avocado.
Tornado warn this thing? What? Are you kidding? Why they just tornado warn the storm right here? I would have kept going south if I would have known that. Oh.
Well. Whoops. Jeez Louise. But yeah, this storm here, that's the tornado warned storm. I mean, we keep getting this weird signal pop up. I really do believe we got some sort of side lobe contamination on this storm, but I mean, I just retweeted a photo of some potential circulation there. So that could have been a tornado for sure. Either a land spout or a tornado. And Jake Thompson also said there could have been a brief tornado as well, but they just took a photo of a supercell. So I'm not going to retweet their photos. I'm not seeing a tornado on their photo, but yeah, could have had a brief tornado with this. It's radar indicated right now, but again, if you live south of Flagler, make sure that you are indoors and well away from those in your safe spots there. Sorry. Land spout is not really attached to the updraft, the mesocyclone of the storm. It kind of happens away just due to the differences of the temperatures and sometimes little gusty swirls of the winds between the lower and the upper, or lower and kind of mid levels of the atmosphere there near the base of the cloud. And tornadoes happen underneath the mesocyclone or the updraft of the storm, directly related with the rotation that is associated with that. So there's a small difference. But both can cause damage. Usually land spouts are on the weaker end of the spectrum, though. Day 5, 15% risk? Yeah. Oh, wow. Why didn't I get an alert for that? It should have come up on my alert system. Anyways, we got a PDS, severe thunderstorm warning here. That's 80-mile-per-hour winds. That is stronger than hurricane force winds. About to push into La Junta here. If you live in La Junta, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Again, that's the lowest, most interior room of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement underground. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. The reason why they call it destructive is because those 80-mile-per-hour winds can be quite damaging as they come through. They can knock down a lot of trees, cause a lot of power outages as they push down, or as they push off to the east towards La Junta. So please be respecting the storm. It's a very powerful storm. And be in your safe spots. Let me see if I got any cameras down there. I should have cameras, I think, in that region. Yeah, we got some just to the east of La Junta. Oh, come on. None of these are live cameras? Dang it. What about over here near Wiley? Nope, just picture cameras. Darn it. So those won't be helpful. Might do a quick search. La Junta webcam live. Oh. No way. Downtown La Junta. Live. Seriously? No way we just got lucky like that. Hold on. Getting it up. Apparently this is in La Junta. We'll find out quickly. This is downtown La Junta, Colorado, where those 80-mile-per-hour winds might be about to come through. Wait on the next scan, and then we'll go back up and check on that tornado warning. This is a very small town. I'm super surprised that we actually found a cam here. Apparently this is live. La Junta. Oh. Is it Hota or Huta? Is it like an owl? Or is it like who are you type deal? Like, I guess we'll see if this storm has 80-mile-per-hour winds in it or not. This is the ground view. We got a tree here for reference. La Junta. There's a tower cam. I really don't care about a tower cam. Although it would be nice to see the storm, don't get me wrong. But I'm more interested to figure out how strong these winds are at the surface. And the tower cams really don't pick up well on those. Thank you, Catkins, for being a member for 2 months. Been around longer than 2 months, but I stick around for the calming coverage of severe weather across the United States, not just the big cities. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. It's a big, small town. Gotcha. Yeah, if this camera survives, hopefully, I mean, the storm should be here any moment. $7,000. Yeah, it's still a pretty small town. Again, this storm, there's a reason why we have this camera up here is we've got a storm potentially with 80-mile-per-hour winds about to come through the La Junta area. If you guys live in this area, just make sure that you are in your safe spots. Again, that is the lowest, most interior room of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Again, these winds can knock over big trees. You certainly do not want to be outdoors when this happens. Let's go check on that tornado warning again. Yeah, let's say the tornado report did come in. Multiple chasers reported a cone, multiple vortex tornado in the vicinity of CRG and 11. Tornado lasted 5 to 8 minutes. Yeah, it looks like we still have some decent rotation on this. Again, this is south of Flagler and Siebert. You guys need to be continuing to be in your safe spots if you live south of there. So they did upgrade this northern warning now for 70 miles per hour. And that'll be eventually heading into Anton there in Colorado. We're about to find out if this storm really has 70-mile-per-hour winds on it or not. As you can see, it's very close now to La Junta. Look at the trees. I see them. I see them moving. But those aren't 80-mile-per-hour winds. Those are about 20 to 30, maybe 40. Probably around 20 to 30, though. if I had to guess. Yeah, it looks like it was a brief tornado south of Flagler. A lot of people reporting it. So, yeah, I think it was a tornado there, not a land spout. South of Flagler. It looks like it happened over a field, thankfully. Gonna retweet Daniel Shaw, got a great shot of it. Okay, winds are starting to pick up a little bit more. Yeah, just for reference, 80-mile-per-hour winds looks like all heck breaks loose. It looks like it feels and looks crazy. So that's how we'll know. If it's 80 miles per hour. If it's around like 60-mile-per-hour winds, it'll look kind of windy. Still some chances of power outages. If it's 70 miles per hour, it'll still look kind of windy. Kind of intense. It'll look pretty intense. But if it's 80 miles per hour, it usually looks very intense. So we'll see. We'll see here in just a moment. I mean, the rain and the wind is starting to pick up. So this is definitely La Junta. Cannot believe we got this. I can't believe we found this camera. This is crazy. Glad people are not outside. They are kind of driving, which can be quite dangerous, but yeah, hopefully we can get a good view of this storm from here so we can pass the word on to Los Animas, Colorado in just a moment. Does tell a lot. Yeah, also the trees. The trees are what I'm looking at here. Okay, winds are picking up a little bit more. Let me double check to make sure Connor doesn't have a view on that storm yet. He does not. He's still behind it. Yeah, 80-mile-per-hour winds are as strong as an EF0 tornado and also stronger than the weakest hurricane as well. Well, we'll see. I'm not saying there's a guarantee of that. Sometimes the winds aren't as widespread as it seems, and you know we don't actually capture 80-mile-per-hour winds on the stream. There's a guy on a motorcycle. What the heck? Did y'all see that? Oh boy. Yeah, it looks like they're expanding this further to the east now for Los Animas and Wiley and Eads for 80-mile-per-hour winds. So you guys need to be going to your safe spots as well. Okay, here comes the rain. Let's go check in on that tornado warning while we wait for the storm to arrive. So yeah, still radar indicated. No new reports that this is on the ground just yet. And a little bit broader circulation here south of Siebert. Again, this is approaching 59 just to the north of Kit Carlson. You guys need to be continuing to be in your safe spots if you live in this region here. Yeah, it kind of looks like a typical thunderstorm right now. The damaging winds must be further in the storm.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New severe thunderstorm, PDS severe thunderstorm has been issued. I guess that's for this. It's a little bit farther behind there. Let me just check.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And my alerts are behind. I'm not sure what's causing that. The alerts are behind a little bit. I'll have to message my guy about that. That's way behind. Yeah, I mean, some decently strong winds, but those 80-mile-per-hour winds are not near La Junta. Uh-oh. Well, I think this camera just became useless. No, the winds are picking up. No! Well, yeah, this camera just became useless with that blur. But yeah, it looks like the heavier rain and wind is approaching La Junta. After that's going to be Los Animas and Wiley and Lamar. You guys need to be, not. It's not quite there. You guys aren't quite in that warning of Wiley and Lamar, but you definitely need to be weather aware. But Los Animas, you guys need to be in your safe spots, and in Hasty, there in Colorado. Let me just double check. This thing's gonna stay blurry forever. Yeah, it's blurry, but you can definitely tell there's some stronger winds now pushing into La Junta. Yeah, I think this camera is like behind a window and it's focused on these rain droplets. Doesn't quite look like 80 miles per hour just yet, though. So we'll come back to it. Oh, okay, that tree's really moving now. Not the best view, but you can kind of tell a little bit. There's definitely some gustier winds in there. Yeah, latest scan on this tornado-warned storm. Looks like that area of circulation is continuing to broaden out here as this pushes down to the south and east still. Approaching 14 here, then 59 after that. So, yeah, continue to be in your safe spots if you live in this area. Still radar indicated right now, so no new reports of this tornado being on the ground. Wipe the droplets off. Yeah, I don't think it's the best idea to do that. A little bit. Oh, it tried to focus on the trees for a little bit. Oh, there we go. Every now and then, it kind of focuses away from the water droplets. You see the winds a little bit. Some strong winds in the storm, but just the fact that this camera still has service and the power hasn't gone out makes me think that at least the southern portion of this part of the line near La Junta is not, or near La Junta is not the strongest portion of this line at the moment. Also, seeing a little bit of a gust front here. Might have to watch an area for some broader circulation there, but that's that. I think that would be the main portion of the gust front, and I'm just not overly convinced as of right now that's packing 80-mile-per-hour winds. But just in case it is still, and it just happened to miss our camera, if you live in Los Animas, please continue to be indoors and well away from those windows, and preferably in your safe spots, because again, 80-mile-per-hour winds are no joke. Coming back up here, we still got this surging portion of this line with 70-mile-per-hour winds. Looks like the next people in line is going to be Yuma, Colorado, and Eckley, Colorado as well. Well, interesting area of circulation also over here south and east of Otis. Kind of in a weird spot. Mainly just a gust front here, moving that air out around from it. But if you live in Yuma and Eckley, I would definitely be indoors and away from windows, as 70-mile-per-hour winds are still pretty elevated and can definitely cause some power outages there. So checking on Storm Runner Media, where they've got a view of some more dust being kicked up here. Look at that! A big old area of dust. Let me turn down their audio a little bit here. A little bit on the loud side. There we go. Still a little bit on the loud side. Yeah, this is the storm. I think this is south of Yuma.
Our tornado warnings to us, we definitely are rotating right where we are. The storm is surprised. I'm still surprised it's not tornado warning yet, but the other storms that are tornado warned are in the middle.
Tell back in the left side there.
South of 70.
It's a lot of dust. It's hard to tell what's really happening there.
56 miles from those storms.
All right, Christine. You have a wonderful rest of your day.
If they keep going, they might get close. They should pass just north of Kit Carson.
Hey, John. Yuma is Yumi. Look at this big old blob of dust on the left side. It looks like a wedge, but it's just a lot of dust.
Look at all this dust. Not a good idea.
That is. Oh my gosh! Look at that cloud in the background there. That looks even more ominous back there. So they're near Akron. So they're near that portion near Yuma where that gust front is, and that little area of rotation is currently residing.
Just trying to see.
It's on browser? Why is this on browser?
I'm about to
What the heck?
get sandblasted area.
It's weird. Hold on. Let me fix this. This should be here like that. There we go. Then I'll mute this. Sorry, they're just got a little technical difficulties here.
Look back at it. You're almost at 36, so you have to go east.
Yeah. It's all that dust.
There we go. Sorry about that. And then, man, that is very close to the ground back there. What in the heck? Not exactly sure what the heck that was. I'm not gonna lie. Let's go check in on that storm's rotation really quick. See if we can get some clarity. Yeah, I mean, it's not a whole lot of strong rotation there. But yeah, look at that thing in the background there. I think we just got a lot of dust and rain wrapping around a very low portion of the storm, I think. I cannot really tell. That is wild looking, though. Oh, looks like they're starting to get into some hail as well. Again, this is kind of near the Yuma, Akron area here. I still think that this northern portion is like our most intense portion of this line. Looks like that little feature back there is getting rain wrapped. But that was definitely an interesting area. I cannot tell where they are. They should be down near here. I think their thing is saying Akron, and their radar thing is not working. So I have honestly no idea where they are. They should be still near this portion of the storm, though. Well, it could be up here. I can't tell. Regardless, though. They're on one of these storms. Yeah, I think they're near like where Vince is, if I had to guess. These storms do have some circulations in there. I'm not seeing any like tornadic looking things other than that little thing on the back behind them, but that just looked like a lot of scud that was close to the ground, kind of wrapped in dust. So it's really hard to determine whether or not that was a tornado or not. But Yuma and Eckley here in Colorado all need to be indoors and away from windows, and I'd be watching out for that small tornado threat there. So let's come back down to here, check out this storm, see if this tornado warning has any new areas of circulation yet. Not yet. Still some broader circulation in there. You can definitely tell that this storm's a little bit outflow dominant there at the moment, but we're still watching this area here south of Siebert and Flagler for some tornado potential. Man, look at those winds on Storm Hunter Media's feed again. Holy crap. Those are strong. That is some strong wind. Holy crap.
Whoa, what is that to the left? Oh, okay, alright.
I'm looking at that in the middle.
Got more dust.
What the hell? It's huge.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What is that?
Yeah, right there.
That whole area is
Yeah,
looks like it's
that might
rotating.
actually be a tornado.
Oh my gosh. Look at that. What is going on with this storm? We've got another really weird storm here. Little like circulations everywhere along the leading edge of this thing.
Okay, now we're good.
Go up. That's a tornado, though.
That's a tornado?
I'm almost positive.
I don't know what that is, guys. I am not as positive as they are. That could be like a little gust-nado spin up. I need to know where they were. If they are near this leading edge here, then like on this leading edge, then maybe. But that could also be one of those gust-nados. Let me turn off their audio here. But yeah, I'm not sure what that was. I'm gonna be honest. It kind of looked like a tornado, kind of like one of those gust-nados. It's hard to tell. But that I think would be this storm. I think that would be that storm right there. I don't think they were able to make it up all the way north to Yuma because they were back south of Akron earlier. Let's come back down here and check on this storm here near Los Animas. Wow. Some strong rotation now starting to pop up on this. They might put a tornado warning there for Los Animas. A little bit side lobe contaminated. Wish I had a view on that storm. You say Bill sent a super chat. Large circulation just went through. Sent to Cam. Okay, well, that's not. If it's already went through. They're in Chance, Colorado. Oh, okay. Let me see. That would be the Viero cams. Yeah, Los Animas has no cams. Yeah, thank you for that $2, Bill. I'll be keeping my eye on these cams. We do have a cam in Burlington as well. Man, look at this. A lot of dust. What is that? It's like very, very hard though to tell like what's actually happening underneath these storms right now. There's just so much dust. It's making everything look like a tornado. Even though we have not had like 10 tornadoes. We probably even haven't had one, if I'm being honest. I think we're just getting a lot of dust.
Tornado, but that was suspiciously low-hanging cloud with rising dust right up underneath it. So that was either a really skinny wall cloud or there could have been ground circulation. And that's kind of where it would be.
Yeah, there's probably a gust-nado. Yeah, this storm has some strong winds with it. I still have no idea where they are. It says now they're near Anton, Colorado. Yeah, Los Animas, watch out there. Some developing circulation is trying to happen here. They're near you guys. So just continue to be, I would be in your safe spot still for that threat of 80-mile-per-hour winds as well. Yeah, the confirmed tornado happened with this storm here. South of Flagler. Latest scan with this thing, still some areas of circulation with it. Right in there, right in there. Still pushing down to the south and east. Looks like the storm just went through a merger. What in the heck is that? That dust? Yeah, sorry guys. Everything in the storm is looking like a tornado or a wedge. So I'm just trying to figure out what the heck is going on with this storm. That also looks like a tornado, but again, that could also still be just dust and a low-hanging cloud. It does look like a wedge. I agree. but I can't tell it like because there's just too much dust underneath it.
2 is better. Oh wait, I was thinking of it.
God, it almost looks like it's touching the ground back there. I don't know.
I haven't made one like that for now.
Yeah, there's not a lot of motion under there.
That's what I'm saying.
Why does that?
What is this in front of? What is this?
I don't know.
Extremely low.
It does look low.
Wall cloud, I think. Maybe with some dust
I think it's just
underneath it.
dust underneath it. Yeah. We would need that dust to clear out in order to be able to say anything certain about this. But this is over here near Anton, Colorado. Yeah, they're right on the leading edge. There we go. They just fixed their radar. They're right on the leading edge here of that area of some broader circulation. So,
Yeah, there's still tornado warning down
there's a strong winds again.
there. Yeah, the precip's right there, so I'm probably gonna want to get a move on.
Look at the.
That's here.
Look, our blue dots right there.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's this guy right there. So they're on this storm. There's that wind, there's that gust front there. We're watching for some circulation on the northern side. And yeah, I mean, look at all this. This could all be a lot of hail, potentially even some some larger hail, maybe a little bit bigger there than quarter size. Does that push us down on the long 36? Definitely got to keep an eye on that.
59 over 55.
Very interesting. I'm not exactly sure. I think my theory is still the same on most of these, but I have to check them out. Yeah. Okay. Now you can see it clearly. The dust is cleared out, and yeah, that wasn't a tornado. So the theory stays the same. I think we're continuing to get a lot of low-hanging clouds and a lot of dust getting pushed up under them. That's still my theory. All right, yeah, that's that. So let's come back and check in on this storm here. This one is still tornado warned. Not really any definite areas of circulation with it anymore, but again, we're still getting a messy view of the storm. Looks like they might extend this as a severe thunderstorm warning with lime-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, there's not a whole lot of folks out here. If you live to the east of 59 or just to the south of Stratton, you guys need to be indoors and away from windows from that lime-sized hail. A little bit further to the south and west, we got ping-pong ball-sized hail with this storm. As that continues to track south and east, it looks like it might miss Kit Carson, but I wouldn't lower your guard just yet, just in case this storm starts to move a little bit more to its east. This one down here further south is still potentially producing 80-mile-per-hour winds, still has some broader circulation within that going into Los Animas, and then Hasty is going to be after that as well. As you can see, if we come over here to the big view and just take a look at all of these storms at once, I mean, you can see we got a couple of features here. We got a little bit more semi-discrete supercells down here that are causing some of the largest hail threat. We got that developing damaging wind threat on the northern edge here, and then we've got that damaging wind threat down here near La Junta as well, or La Junta. Also, looks like we're starting to get severe thunderstorm warnings here in Missouri now, north of Bolivar. We got our first one. Oh, wow, look at this. Golf ball-sized hail is already being reported inside of this storm. Got a little bit of an outflow boundary there. Not really seeing too much tornado potential with this storm yet, but if you live just to the west of Lewisburg and Buffalo, you guys need to be indoors and well away from those windows, as golf ball-sized hail is kind of on that line of being damaging and not damaging. So I would certainly not be outside for this storm. Yeah, that's the latest. Let me check back in with this storm here. Got a little bit of circulation trying to form in there, right in that area. Kind of on the weak side. Man, Storm Intervita, though, continues to have this crazy view of this storm. They're in the belly of the beast almost, just out in front of that leading edge of the gust front. And it is just it's a dust bunny storm. Lots of dust. Gonna need a vacuum. The storm is actually pretty much acting like a vacuum right now. Will those make it to Tennessee? No. Well, the ones in we're expecting like widespread severe weather potential, but it's on the low end for Tennessee, and that'll be like early morning tomorrow. Okay, Snoopy, stop spamming that, please, or you're gonna get timed out. I do appreciate it, but you don't have to say it over and over again. Dirt Devils. Well, the Dirt Devils are different. Those happen when there's no thunderstorms present. But like land spouts and gustnadoes happen on the leading edge, or on the outside of a supercell. Watching the new cell near Hartford, Texas, marching its way towards Amarillo. Okay. Yeah, there's some storms over here as well. Not super, not really very impactful storms. But certainly could be some gustier winds, some small chances for some power outages over here north of Stinnett, and then south of Guyman as well, near Goodwell and Groover. Could have some damaging wind potential. Some small trees might get knocked over there as well. Check back in on this tornado warning here, south and east, or south and west of Burlington. Yeah, still not seeing any new areas of strong circulation. Looks like that storm is really becoming outflow dominant now. Yeah, Burlington's main threat in Colorado is going to come most likely from this line of storms. It looks like this little cluster of storms is moving down is going to pass to your south. And then this one, though, will try to sink down and impact areas like Burlington, and then down the line, potentially Goodland and Colby, Kansas. Thank you, Lysias, Marina, and Ghost Marley for subscribing. I appreciate that. Thank you. What if it was so dusty that it started to rain mud? I don't think that's possible. Do the Rocky Mountains have an influence on these storms? Kind of, yeah. So on the on the tops of mountains, the air is really cold, and then as you get lower in altitude, the air becomes warm. And so those temperature and pressure differences causes something that we call Lee cyclogenesis, and those can cause just enough forcing to cause storms. And so yeah, they do play a role. They do play a role. Definitely get some storm spin up off there because of that reason. It looks like they allowed that tornado warning to expire. Strongest storm that we have ongoing right now is this one, and that's going to be pushing into Los Animas here in a little bit. So again, probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes, could potentially have up to 80-mile-per-hour winds with this storm with golf ball-sized hail. About to push into Los Animas, Colorado. Definitely a little severe weather outbreak that we got here for the state of Colorado. Thanks for always sharing your knowledge. Yeah, no problem. Oh, there's a beef plant? Yeah, those things smell horrible. See a lot of blips go east and become big. Yeah. Yeah, it's rare that you have the thunderstorms form like west enough for storms to actually go into Denver, but it's not impossible. It happens every now and then. Same for like Colorado Springs. Just depends on how much forcing you have. And the kind of kinematics that are in the area. Sometimes you can get, I think you guys even got a tornado. I forget if it was Colorado Springs or south of Denver, but I remember covering a storm last year of a tornado that went like pretty close to one of those cities. All right. Yeah, guys, if you start talking about Rocky Mountain oysters in chat, I'm going to time you out. And I'm going to encourage the mods to do that too. That was a funny joke yesterday, but it's definitely something I don't want to have constantly brought up in chat. It is gross. Tornado was near Denver. Yeah, I think it was Denver. That makes sense. I think it was like South Denver. Forget how strong it was, but I think it was somewhere around like EF1 to EF2 strength. Yeah, hog farms, those cow farms, man, they are stinky. I thank you, Sarah Liz, for becoming an EF1 member. I do appreciate that. Welcome to the Fry family. New considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Colorado near Washington County. So that's going to be for this portion of the storm here, 70-mile-per-hour winds and those golf ball sized hail. It's going to be possible with this storm. It's still traveling along 36, heading towards Cope. The best way to cope with this storm is to be indoors and away from windows, as a lot of that hail is going to be wind driven too. So it could be a little bit more impactful than it would otherwise be if it had weaker winds driving it. Over here south of Yuma, looks like you guys might have just got some hail from that storm. Eckley's going to be next in line for potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds. And then the strongest gusts, those should be to the south of Yuma, heading towards areas like Abar and south of Eckley. This 2-inch hailstorm is still kind of in the middle of nowhere here in Colorado. It is trying to make its way to Cheyenne Wells, but I have a feeling that the hail threat might not last that long. We'll see. It's kind of a question mark on that, because it does look like these storms might interact with each other. Might be seeing a little bit of a stabilization of the atmosphere here in this area. Also, got this upgraded severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of Kit Carlson, now potentially producing up to tennis ball size hail. That can be considerably dangerous for life and property. So just please respect this storm, be indoors and well away from those windows, as that hail can cause broken windows and roof damage and damage to pets or animals that are outside. So if I got time, I would bring him inside. Man, the hail core on this storm is quite impressive here. Looks like we're getting a little bit more side lobe contamination in that region, so I don't think that's legitimate rotation. Still mainly a damaging wind threat. All right, let's come back over here to Missouri. Check out this storm here. It's just to the north of Bolivar, Missouri. Still not seeing much rotation with it. Still warned for golf ball-sized hail. I think that outflow boundary is about to come into Bolivar, so it's about to get a little bit cooler there and a little bit gustier in Bolivar. Yeah, Connor Croft, he's on this storm down here. And then Storm Owner Media, they're up here. That is the latest across the board. Not really too much to look at, I think. Let me see what they're talking about here.
I always hate being asked that question. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm not in the business of avoiding these things. I'm in the business of like getting to them.
Uh-oh. Might be a couple baseballs in there.
Really?
Yeah, I think I had a few fly right in front of me.
Okay.
76 dBz in there.
There'll be some tennis balls in this storm.
I feel bad for the dude. I might go run and tell him.
Yeah, I would. He's coming up next to you. Do not go back in there.
My buddy just told me right there he thinks that he saw baseball-sized hail in there. It's not warned for
Baseball?
that big, but now there might be in there, so just fair warning. Yeah. Huh? We're gonna keep going 36 that way.
Storm Owner Media is about to be in this hail. He's
Okay.
taking too long.
I mean, if you guys are probably trying to go that way then, but sorry, rain in my face. Yeah.
Yeah, I retweeted some of those things,
I'm kind of confused. We're in
John.
Colorado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning. New tornado warning has been issued for Colorado. That's going to be for the storm over here. Interesting. Radar indicated. Huh? Which one? I'm confused. There must be something along this outflow boundary. I'm guessing they're warning this storm. I'm thinking. But if you live in Eads, you guys got to be in your safe spots. Right now, the storm is very outflow dominant. I'm not seeing any rotation being indicated by radar. We got some side lobe over here. I'm guessing we got some sort of... let me see if this is radar indicated or if we got a report of something. Yeah, radar indicated rotation. It's not that. That's side lobe contamination there. Not exactly sure why they warned this storm, but if not, I would go to your safe spots though. Eads, they might have some sort of reports here that we don't have access to. So I would just be indoors and away from those windows in your safe spots. The lowest floor, most interior room of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Again, if you live near Eads, please be in your safe spots just in case this thing tries to do something. But in terms of rotation, I'm not seeing it right now. We'll wait a couple scans. I might cycle through some of these radar products and see if I can find something. But it might be some outflow shenanigans are being reported with this storm. So we've been seeing a lot of gustnados with these outflows today. So let me see. Let me cycle through some different products here on this storm and see what I can find. Okay, let's go to storm relative. I'm just not seeing it. They must have some sort of report, maybe like a funnel report. They're not putting it. They didn't put it in the warning. Let me check to see the different levels on the velocities on this storm. Oh wow. Okay. Very interesting. Very strong rotation just above the surface. That is certainly. I would assume that is the reason why they warned it. It's not quite at the surface just yet. Kind of doubtful it'll ever make it to the surface, but if you guys are in the path of this in Eads, Colorado, I would be in your safe spots, just in case that rotation does make it down to the surface. Let's go check back down on this 80-mile-per-hour windstorm here. Yeah, it looks like it is just now about to enter in Los Animas. I would still be in your safe spots there. And then also Hasty are going to be next in line. Animas and Hasty, please be in your safe spots. I think those 80-mile-per-hour winds, though, are going to go south of Hoswell and Eads. And it's mainly going to be associated with this portion of the storm. Check up here to the north again. Yeah, potentially some larger hail than golf ball sized in here, being reported on the ground with this storm. Somebody reported that they saw tennis balls to baseball sized hail right in this region. South of Yuma and Eckley, the storm is still pushing down to the south and east. That little area of rotation is now pretty much completely gone, but 70 mile, or no, it looks like they're now warning this portion for 60-mile-per-hour winds, so that's good. This one back here north of Lehman, here in Colorado, has some potential for some ping pong ball sized hail. It's heading towards 71. Also got another storm forming back here to the east of Elizabeth. That one might actually end up going into Lehman a little bit here in the future, depending on where it tracks to. So now we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings here in Missouri. We've got one with now, wow, 2-inch hail potentially in this storm. Not a whole lot of rotation with it, but 2-inch hail, lime-sized hail is possible as this continues to push kind of towards Lewisburg and Buffalo eventually. But if you live just to the north of Bolivar and in halfway, I would be in your safe or indoors and away from windows, as that lime-sized hail is now significant hail, and that could cause some damage. There. Over here near Climax Springs, we've got 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is eventually going to head towards Camdenton and Osage Beach. Keep it on here for a little bit. Let's go over to Connor's view, where it looks like he's getting now some dust with his storm. He's heading down what appears to be Kit Carlson, or Kit Carson.
One little raindrop.
Yeah, look at all that dust. Still got some dust being lifted up by these storms here. Strong winds with these storms are picking up that dust, and that dust sometimes pushes up into the updraft of the storm, which kind of makes it look like it's a tornado, but most of the time it's just dust. Near Bolivar, Ray.
One little raindrop there.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's make sure that Storm Owner Media isn't trapped. Oh my goodness. In that hail core. Look at this storm. Hold on. Wow. Look at those colors. The green there. That's that hail refracting the light.
Do that.
Or do you think that would be best to go on 70 now? I mean,
Well,
They're way out ahead of the
so we
storm
can
right
take that
now.
road down, but is there a freeway entrance there? Well, I guess there's that highway that parallels it all the way to Burlington, so it's okay. I can always pick that up instead of just hopping on 70 right away.
well, it's County Road 40. County Road 40.
That is an impressive looking storm.
They're all dirt roads.
We'll keep an eye on it. Probably going to get some good storm structure out of that. All right, let's come back and check in on this tornado warning. Yeah, latest scans, though, just came in. I just want to check to make sure that no rotation is starting to form with these guys. Yeah, still no rotation just yet on these storms. But you can see we are starting to get a little bit more development out in front and to the north over there near Sedalia. Eventually going to try to head towards Jefferson City. We got some storms trying to pop up over here near Lebanon and St. Robert as well. Let's come back over here to Colorado, where we still have this tornado warning ongoing. Still not seeing any of that rotation make it down to the surface just yet, but if you live in Eads, still continue to be in your safe spots. Let me see where they're reporting this. Producing a tornado 14 miles southwest of Kit Carson. So yeah, they are warning this one. It is just now making it to that tornado warning. So the storm's not even in the tornado warning just yet. It looks like this storm with potential 80-mile-per-hour winds is now in Los Animas. If you guys live in Los Animas, please report in chat what those winds are like. We don't really have a view on this at the moment. But it would certainly be helpful if you guys see anything there with that storm. They're extending this severe thunderstorm warning down to the south and east now for Kit Carson, Cheyenne Wells. That's going to be for golf ball-sized hail. And that hail is mainly going to be in this region of the storm. Up here, this is the storm that Storm Owner Media is on. This one right here. That is near Cope. They're just outside of Cope. And yeah, still a pretty decent gust front with this storm. Not seeing any dangerous rotation right now. A little bit broad circulation right here in that area. And it looks like the next people that are going to be in line for that portion of the storm is going to be Kirk. There in Colorado. North of Lehman, still have this storm ongoing. I'll wait for one more storm. Or one more scan here to develop. Also, Eads, be prepared. They might not keep this tornado warning for much longer if that rotation really doesn't make it down to the surface. But you know, regardless of it, whether this storm is tornado warned or not, for Eads, Colorado, this could be a dangerous storm with that tennis ball sized hail possible as it approaches. Hey, thank you, Jesse, for subscribing. I appreciate that. The weather is wild. Yeah, it is pretty wild. It's been a little wacky today for sure. Clovis gets some bigger hailstorms. Yeah, they sometimes do, yeah. I think today, though, they're not really in too much of a threat. Well, there are some storms down there developing. Portales and Alita. Also got these storms in northern Texas. Heading up towards Spearman, Texas. Not too much of a hail threat, but 60-mile-per-hour winds could be possible there near Groover and Spearman. Man, look at the storm. Super impressive. This is the different colors that are inside of it. If there's just a little bit more sunlight, it would look crazy probably, but you definitely see there's a shelf cloud back in there. They are really getting some distance on this storm, though. So they should be well out ahead of this for a while. Yeah, that's what we're talking about across the board. Yeah, I was watching that stream for a little bit, John. That structure on that storm was super impressive. Hello, Nick. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, that storm was a monster. I think that wasn't that the same storm that might have produced like 5 tornadoes, but because it was like over a dirt field, like none of them got confirmed. When is Paragold storm gonna start? They're kind of already starting. So it's gonna be these cluster of storms. Eventually, though, like for like Paragold in specific, though, you know, it's gonna be a while. Probably later into the night, probably sometime around 10, 11 p.m. But this is just the initial storm coverage out here, and you know you can see some of these storms are quite significant. Like this one over here is golf ball sized hail going towards Preston and Max Creek. But this one down here is you know, potentially producing lime sized hail, which is pretty strong. And all these are heading towards like Camdenton, Buffalo, Louisburg, Urbana, Osage Beach as well here in Missouri. Those are continuing. Those are going to continue to push kind of east southeast towards Lebanon. So definitely be weather aware. I see if that rotation is starting to make it down to the surface yet. Oh, it's starting a little bit. Not very strong rotation just yet. Wait, is that? No, that's anticyclonic. Never mind. What happened on this side of the storm, which I'm still not seeing. So, man, look at Connor's view now. Now Connor has a view of
the dust on this sucker.
Yeah, literally, this storm is sucking up dust. Look at that. I think that's that storm near Kit Carson.
Really? I find the perfect spot and there's a tree just sitting in the middle of the freaking tree, just sitting there.
At a NATO? Most likely not. Most likely not. It looks like just a low base, potentially maybe a wall cloud and a lot of dust. So we've been seeing that all day, where we have stuff that kind of looks like a tornado, but you can't really tell because there's too much dust underneath it.
There it is.
Yeah, look at that.
It's a pretty chonky storm now, chat. pretty chonky freaking storm now. Look at all that dust going into it.
Yeah, it's a dust buster. Yeah, potentially a wall cloud back in there. We'll certainly keep an eye on it. Oh. Gotta make sure we're current here. Definitely keep an eye on it. It looks like it's on the ground there, but that, here, like right here above my head, it looks like it's on the ground, but again, you see this little trail of dust. What's most likely happening here is just we have that dust get pulled up into the updraft, and then we have like a wall cloud here above my head, and no tornado, most likely. It just looks like it's on the ground because we have all this dust streaming in from the right side of the screen into that updraft of the mesocyclone here. Let's come back over to here. Checking out the latest scan here on this tornado warned storm. Yeah, still not seeing any areas of stronger circulation here. See, Connor's right here near Kit Carson, and he's looking up north at this area of the storm, where there is a little bit of broader circulation, some weaker circulation right in this area, but nothing overly concerning for like a tornado imminent, status for it. It looks like they haven't extended this warning just yet. This is the storm that Storm Runner Media is nearby. Still kind of pushing towards like the Kirk, Colorado area. Looks like they've also downgraded this warning near Los Animas, Colorado. It looks like it's 70-mile-per-hour winds with golf ball-sized hail possible. Still a strong storm. If you live in Wiley and Lamar, please continue to be indoors and away from windows. You don't necessarily have to be in your safe spots for this one, but just know that it certainly is a stronger on the stronger end of storms. So you guys have dealt with a couple storms this year already, and this one's definitely going to be up there in the kind of storms that you have experienced in terms of intensity. So I would certainly respect it. Definitely don't want you guys outside, and you still have time to get your cars and pets indoors there in Wiley and Lamar. Over here in Missouri, still got storms ongoing. Yeah, getting a couple more storms fire over here near the Lebanon, east of Springfield area near St. Robert. Still got that lime-sized hail indicated on the storm north of Bolivar. Still not seeing any dangerous rotations with that one, thankfully. If it's going to be any of these storms, it would most likely be this one if it can kind of latch onto its own outflow boundary with like a little bit of an RFD surge, but you would probably need some cells off to its left to kind of nudge it to do that. And so far, we're not really seeing too much storms over there, but yeah, keeping an eye on them. This is about to get pretty close. That looks like the hail core is about to make its way into Buffalo there in Missouri. What's the maximum speeds for you? What's the max accurate? Not really understanding your question, A-Pick. I check Miami. Miami's just chilling right now. Nothing going on there in Miami. Oklahoma. Oh, until a weather station breaks? I don't know. I think it depends on what kind of weather station you have. If you have a cheap one, probably not too much winds, but and Connor's View is still looking pretty intense. Man, look at that. That dust is just, and this storm is a vacuum. Colorado's a little dusty right now, and this storm is cleaning up the dust.
So much dust, it's hard to tell what's going on in here. Looks kind of suspicious in there to me.
It does look suspicious.
Dust.
But I agree. It just looks like dust. Thank you, Judge, for subscribing. Thank you. Hoovernado. That's certainly an interesting feature back in there. 203 miles per hour on their anemometer. That's impressive.
Gonna get out ahead of it a little bit.
It was like Connor's going to reposition, but yeah, I mean, that's an impressive looking storm there. Definitely going to keep an eye on that. That's going to be this storm near Kit Carson there in Colorado. It's this little supercell that we're looking at. A little bit of rotation in there. Certainly some little spots there of some rotation. Over here for this tornado warning, still want Eads, Colorado to be in their safe spots. Still not seeing any rotations, like dangerous rotations appear on radar yet. Still radar indicated. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of all I got to say. It looks mainly more like a hail and damaging wind threat to me right now, but we're still monitoring it, so I still think the smart thing to do is to just play it safe still and be in your safe spots just in case this storm tries to do something else. Let's come up here, check a little bit further to the north. Still, looks like they're not extending this for anything stronger than 60-mile-per-hour winds yet. Man, it's a weird thing on Connor Croft's stream there, right above his little radar thing. What is that? I think it's just dust still. This is what's been happening all day today. We just keep getting dust looking like tornadoes. I'm pretty sure that's still just dust. The mesocyclone's off to the left.
Definitely gonna intercept this dust here.
Oh, we're gonna get a dust intercept. Yeah, this right here, I think that's just this dust that's getting lifted up, just like that.
Get the main line just to the north.
Then you got some dust lifting up into the updraft here as well. So lots of little dusty tube-looking things here under this storm. But I'm still under the opinion that these are not tornadoes and still just dust. You know, what might be why that other storm was warned. They might have warned it off of some dust that looked like this. Maybe they were unconfident about a tornado report with this storm, and then maybe that's why this one is warned. And that's certain. Jeez Louise, can you get anything closer? We got some SLD going on here. Scary looking dust. That's the most tornado-y looking dust thing I have ever seen. Chazzy enough. Keep an eye on it. And he's not looking at the dust tube anymore, so we'll come back over to here. You can kind of see it on this, just above the radar there. Enough, Chaz. You see them every day. You don't have to get all whiny every time they come home. I know. Actually, a little bit of rotation trying to pick up on this storm. Kind of wrapped up in that hail. Mainly just a gust front, though. Still pushing towards Kirk. So another considerable severe thunderstorm warning over here in Missouri. Let's go check that out. So yeah, now they're warning this storm for golf ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's north of Lebanon, right along Highway 44. That is traveling probably just to the south of St. Robert. We might try to get some webcams over here if we possibly can. Chazzy, stop. I know. Stop being all whiny. It's okay. He always freaks out. I don't understand. He's like whining big time.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. We'll check that out as well in just a second. Try to see if I could get any webcams up over here. I hear you, Bubbas. Let's see, what do we got for cameras in the Missouri area? Looks like we got some near St. Robert. We'll put this one up for now, and we'll go check out that PDS severe thunderstorm warning. So, new PDS severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see what it's for. I said it was in Colorado. I think it's here. Yeah, there we go. So that's going to be for baseball-sized hail with this storm. So that's a destructive supercell there with that baseball-sized hail. If you guys living in and around this region, watch out. That is some pretty damaging hail. Again, that can break some windows, cause some damage to some roofs. So I would certainly be indoors and well away from those windows with this storm. That's just to the south and west of Kit Carson. Baseball-sized hail. Also, Burlington and Stratton and Flagler, Colorado, were just put into a 60-mile-per-hour wind warning with golf ball-sized hail potentially with this severe thunderstorm here. And that'll be approaching Stratton here first, and then Burlington after that. We actually have a couple of cams in and along that region as well on the road. So let me get one near like Stratton. Colorado actually has a decent amount of good traffic cams. Some of them are live, not all of them. Let's see here. So, all right. Found it. So let's come over to here. There, just like that. And we'll do Stewart first. See if we got a live view from here as well. Awesome. So we can check in on all these different cameras whenever something ends up happening. Also, for Ariba, Colorado, we've got half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming towards you guys. It's along Highway 70. No dangerous areas of rotation along that storm right now, but Ariba, I would certainly be indoors and away from windows with that guy. Yeah, latest scans here for this storm. Still maybe starting to see some broader circulation pop up on the southern side of this storm now. Still not concerned about an imminent tornado threat, but EADS or EADS still needs to be in their safe spots. Yeah, both of the storm chasers got interesting views on both of these. It looks like Connor's storm's a little bit on the elevated side. Sounds like EADS. Gotcha. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Sarah, for subscribing. I appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. I'm glad you found us. 60,000 echo tops on the Missouri storms, really. Let me check out these Colorado ones, and we'll go check out that Missouri. Yeah, we got some pretty tall cloud tops here in Colorado. Like 40 to 50,000. Let's go over check here into Missouri next. Oh, yeah. Yeah, very tall cloud tops here in Missouri. These storms are quite intense in terms of how tall they are. Look at that. These are actually taller than the Colorado storms. Pretty impressive. Especially this one that is north of Springfield. This emotion, you can see how these have kind of intensified over the last couple of minutes. It's a cool graphic. I agree. Yeah, it's really cool for seeing the height of the thunderstorms. That's for sure. It's fancy. It can get fancy every now and then. I wish it would work better for the reflectivity. But yeah, looks like they did upgrade this storm here near Max Creek for that 2-inch hail. So watch out there in Max Creek and Urbana there. Also over here near Buffalo, still have that threat for some 2-inch hail as well. Still not seeing any dangerous areas of rotations on any of these storms. Again, we have a small tornado threat with these, but so far we haven't seen any dangerous rotations. This one here is warm for golf ball sized hail, still pushing down to the south and east just to the north of Lebanon at the moment. Yeah, not looking forward to hurricane season. We're technically already in it, but thankfully there's not really too much on the radar just yet. There's some stuff in the long-term models, but I wouldn't pay attention to the long-term models too much, as they're way off in terms of accuracy. I've already seen a lot of people posting about a potential tropical system's going to hit Florida. Again, that's like a week and a half in advance there, and models usually really suck in terms of forecasting weak tropical systems at that range. So I would ignore those posts until we get a little bit closer to whatever that is. But some moisture is going to be coming into the Gulf of Mexico in the Caribbean. So, we might have an increased threat for some spin-ups out there in terms of some tropical systems trying to do something, but it's a little bit too far out to tell any exact details on any of that. You're in Florida? Well, don't worry about it in Florida. I'm telling you, those models are always wrong that far out. So don't worry about it until we start to get some actual data closer to the time frame. I was just letting you know that there is some misinformation ongoing with those storms. Chazzy, stop it. All right, let's go back over here to Colorado. Let's check out these guys. Yeah, it looks like this storm is about to push into Stratton next. Actually, I think we have a little bit better of a camera in these areas. Let me double check. There's one in Burlington. I might get this one up. Let me see what this one looks like. No, Chazzy. Shush. And the one in Burlington is actually not working. Chazzy. Enough. Stop it. Stop. Well, he's whining. He's been whining for like the past 15 minutes. He's like, Lord. Yeah, latest scan with this storm here that's still tornado warned. Oh wow, look at this. They upgraded the hail on this storm potentially apple-sized hail is going to be possible now for Eads. Watch out there in Eads. Apple-sized hail now indicated on this tornado warning. In terms of rotations, really not seeing too much here. Very broad circulation here. Over here near Kit Carlson, you can see that we're getting a pretty scary looking signal there, but all of that is side lobe contamination. Where we're watching for rotations back in here, there might be some broad circulation, but if you can look at Connor's stream here, there's like not a whole lot in terms of really anything in terms of like a wall cloud or any lowerings. But there is some broad circulation in this storm. Let's listen into Connor to see what he's saying. And thank you, JJ, for the 10. I appreciate that.
I see the tornado warning. I just don't know why it's really tornado warned down there.
You and me both.
It's like behind the main line.
Yeah, thank you, JJ, for the $10.
Amazed if that produced.
Yeah, me too. I'd be baffled. But yeah, thank you, JJ, for that $10 donation. I do appreciate it. It's because of donations like that we can afford to pay these storm chasers, and also keep the lights on and keep the streams going. So I do appreciate that. It's a huge help out of the channel. Thank you. But yeah, some broad circulations here with this northern storm. Right there, that's where we're looking. All of this right here is side lobe contamination. It's just a mess. Although I wouldn't be surprised if they warned it. They've been warning side lobe contamination today. So there is that. I thank Diane and Laura for subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah, my dog is fed and good to go. He's just whining because parents just came home. Which, by the way, guys, my remodeling of my house is done. So I will be moving back into my house soon, which I am super excited about. An area of some stronger rotation here north of Hasty. They might warn that. It's kind of in some hail, so we're definitely dealing with some hail contamination there. But there's certainly a little area of circulation here with this storm. North of Hasty, going towards Wiley. Yeah, after 2 years of remodeling, finally, the house is ready to go. Okay, we got a new mesoscale discussion. Let me check that out. So, severe thunderstorm watch is likely by 01Z. Primary concerns will be significant severe gusts and large hail. That's going to be for areas like Colby, Oakley, Scott City, Garden City, Ulysses, Dodge City, Great Bend, Hayes, Hutchinson, Wichita, and Arkansas City. Will we get to see? Maybe. I mean, the fact that I'll be back into my house means I'll have more freedom. I'm definitely thinking about setting up maybe a secondary kind of studio type deal in my kitchen. So when I have to make food, we can still do coverage. Or maybe it's either going to be a fridge and a microwave in my streaming room, or it's going to be just kitchen streams and coverage while I cook. Over here, yeah, on the southern portion of this line, it does seem like 70-mile-per-hour winds are also about to pull into Wiley and Lamar, Colorado here in a little bit. Over here near Lehman, this storm is still trying to intensify as it approaches you guys there. Not severe warned yet, but it might get severe warned in a little bit. Over here near Ariba, we still have half-dollar-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible there. And then this storm down here, near Kirk, is still pushing down to the south and east towards Stratton, Bethune, and Burlington. In fact, let's try to get a view on that. So this is, oh wow, this is near Stratton. We definitely have some pretty gusty winds here in Stratton right now. I mean, sorry, this is near like Flag. I think it's near Seabird, actually. Let me double check. Hold on. It would make more sense. Yeah, that's in Seabird. This is in Stratton here. Oh, perfect. Beautiful view of the road. Bethune. Oh, Bethune's got a nice view here. And it's a little windy outside in front of the storm, too. Yeah, there are no tornado warnings in Missouri. We do have some pretty significant severe weather happening, though, in Missouri. We've got some strong thunderstorms with some very large, very tall cloud tops up into the 60,000 feet range, which is a very tall thunderstorm. It's about as tall as they get. And we've got 2-inch hail warnings on both of these storms. This one's just to the east of Boulevard near Buffalo. So far, no dangerous rotations have existed with this storm. That might be the first area of rotation I've seen all day with this. Yeah, first little area There is some rotation, though, trying to form there south of Reynolds, but it's very much so on the weak side, and it's behind an outflow boundary, so not overly confident that that'll be able to do much. But this one over here near Max Creek is still kind of pushing down to the south and east, a little bit more of an easterly trajectory actually. And then over here east of Lebanon, we've got this storm right along Highway 44 near St. Roberts, still pushing down kind of to the south and east as well. About to go through a little bit of a merger. This right here is side lobe contamination. That's not legitimate rotation there, but we'll keep an eye on these storms. We do have some cams in this area. Let me come back over to here, see what they're looking like. Maybe we can get a view on some of these storms. This is just to the west of St. Robert. I think it's looking the wrong way, though. What about this one? It's in St. Robert. Maybe this one we can get a view of behind it. Oh, wow, something's happened here. Might have had someone hydroplane. We got traffic forming here just to the west of St. Robert. Police officer and what is most likely a wreck here in Missouri. Some LED lights. No, we're not going to do all that kind of scary stuff on the stream. Keep it nice and simple. I don't want to like over I don't need flashing red lights or sirens. Tornado warning is already scary enough. I don't want to cause panic. I want people to be calm in a tornado warning so that when they react to it, they can actually make good decisions. A little bit of rotation might be trying to form here south of Kirk. But yeah, when you're panicking in a tornado warning, you forget stuff, you forget dogs, you forget all this kind of stuff. And it's not really that helpful. Yeah, wow, latest scan on this storm. Very interesting. Starting to see some inflow start to work into the sky. Maybe a little bit of rotation trying to form there as well. Definitely interesting. Still want Eads to be in their safe spots there. Also over here near Kit Carson, noticing some rotation in that spot, but that's kind of not in the right area. I think we've got some contamination there. Connor seems to be driving in what might be hail, so let's kind of listen in. Yeah, he's going to Cheyenne Wells. Lots of heavy rain. And now over to Evan with the traffic report. That's funny.
Gotta get through the rainstorm. North Sharon Springs. UMD for pretty much the entire western and central part of Kansas. UMD.
No. Not hearing any hail in there. Let's check in with Storm Owner Media. Man, those clouds are still moving pretty quickly over them. They're near Kirk, Colorado. I think their radar's wrong again here. Yeah, looks like we just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm threat here. It's going to be for $2 or 2-inch sized hail. That's going to be heading towards Sheridan Lake here in a little bit. Make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows. Yeah, we already got the flashing red polygon. I think that's on the borderline, I think. And there it goes. It's gone. Finally, they allowed that tornado warning to expire. Still a mystery. I don't think the world will ever know why they issued that tornado warning. There must have been some sort of report that initiated that. Check on the latest here. Yeah, a little area circulation is trying to develop here. South of Kirk. Right in there. very strong yet, not overly concerning, but we probably do have to monitor that. It's like that leading edge is now making its way into Staten, so let's check in on the camera here. Let's just make sure this is one of those cameras that we have to refresh constantly. Yeah, Bethune. Yes, not quite in Bethune yet. $2 inch hail, that would be bad. Although we've had hail that big this year. We had a hailstone bigger than a monster can. Oh man, look at those winds on Storm Intermedia's view here. Strong winds.
Hold on, power lines. Hold on.
Oh my goodness.
I think needs a hole.
Wow. That's actually some pretty strong winds there.
They build these ones here pretty good. 1 and 2, as they go, they're going that way.
Oh no, I'm saying for the power lines.
Oh yeah.
Although technically speaking, that'd be pretty cool if that's upstream the power line getting ripped down.
Alright.
Pineapple sized? Jeez Louise. Yeah, it was the biggest Texas hail ever. It was a record. Yeah, very strong winds of this. This is the storm that's going to be eventually pushing into like Burlington. So watch out there in Burlington, Colorado. This storm's packing a punch. They got it warned for 60, but I think we're dealing with a little bit stronger than 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. So if you live in Burlington, please watch out for this storm. It is certainly not your garden variety thunderstorm. Does pineapple? No, it does not. Do not eat hail. We do not name these hailstone sizes for their taste. We name them for their size. Nice checking on these storms again. Yeah, still broad circulations here. Still, the main threat with these storms is going to be their damaging winds and large hail at the moment. Let's come check back over in Missouri, where we're getting new severe thunderstorm warnings. This one is for Sherrill and Licking, Missouri. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows. This one's south of St. Robert, still pushing off to the south and east. These storms are going through a merger now. Be interesting to see what this storm ends up doing. This one is still warned for golf balls. This one over here near Buffalo has been downgraded a little bit. Now warned for golf balls again. That little area of circulation is gone. Long Lane, Wall Street, Ernestville, and Britain are kind of in the next in line there for some golf ball sized hail potential. Over here near Max Creek, still got some hail potentially up to 2 inches in size there. Please continue to be indoors and away from windows there. And then in Jefferson City, I do have a thunderstorm coming. Not severe right now, but it might go severe warned. For St. Louis, we do have some thunderstorms developing in and around your area, but it looks like the initial wave here is going to stay to your south. Not currently severe either. But we'll keep an eye on these storms here in Missouri. Not much of a tornado threat down here, but certainly a significant severe weather threat is still ongoing with some of these storms, especially this one over here north and west of Lebanon. But that's the only one left that has that significant hail threat. We're really mainly worried about this guy here. We're going to be getting a view on it very shortly as it comes into Bethune and Burlington. Yeah, everybody drink some water. You got hit in the head with 4-inch hail? Wow, you are lucky to be alive. You think the area east of is contaminated? Yeah. Are you talking about, oh wait, oh, Hasty. That's all the way down here. Never mind. We didn't check that one out. There's a little bit of contamination in there for sure. This one up here is looking a little bit more legitimate there near Wiley. Let me check in higher elevations here. It's certainly, I don't think those rotations are as strong as they appear. And thank you, Alan, for the $3. Thank you so much. It's Lemon. Gotcha, Paige. Thank you for that reminder. But yeah, thank you for that $3, man. It's a huge help out the channel. Thank you. Yeah, it could be. It could be some legitimate rotation. I do think, though, that it's a little bit contaminated. So I don't think the rotations are that strong. But certainly a couple areas here to keep an eye on as they progress here. Let me see how they've formed. Yeah, they're pretty consistent as well. Certainly some circulation in there. They might warn that for Wiley. Just out of caution. There's certainly a little bit of contamination in there. Looks like that gust front is about to make it into Bethune. There, let's go check out our camera in that region. Yeah, still not too gusty just yet. Let me do a refresh on this camera. Let's look at the ground view here. Oh my goodness. This is in Stratton. I mean, it's not the best view of the storm, but you could definitely tell that this camera is shaking quite a bit here. Pretty strong winds with this storm. Next camera is going to be this one in Bethune. So we should get some better depictions of how strong these winds are, as we do have some trees in the path of this. Yeah, Bethune is pretty much the next in line of this. It says 60-mile-per-hour winds, but I mean, on Storm Owner Media's feed, they've definitely been stronger than that. Definitely got a little bit of a bow echo forming there. I would say some locally stronger winds probably exist with this storm as they approach Burlington, Colorado. My thoughts on it right now. Yeah, we'll come back over to this cam once it's in that heavier wind, which it's about to be, but also for Lamar, Colorado, we've got potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds coming y'all's way here in a little bit. Probably within the next 10 to 20 minutes, that line of storms will be there. Also, some ping pong ball-sized hail is also possible. A new severe thunderstorm warning here in Missouri. It's going to be for half-dollar sized hail, so they're continuing to downgrade this storm going into Phillipsburg and Conway. But half-dollar sized hail, it isn't really that dangerous, but you definitely don't want to be outside when that's happening. You know, in terms of like damage to cars, it won't be too bad. You might get little dents in there, so you know you might still have a little bit of time to get those cars indoors there. They also downgraded this warning now to 1-inch hail, so a lot of these warnings are getting downgraded. But this one here still potentially has some golf ball-sized hail south and west of St. Roberts. Let's check in on that rotation with these storms. Yeah, still not seeing any dangerous rotations with these guys just yet. These ones over here are definitely our most intense storms at the moment. Oh, wow. Those winds are starting to push into this camera now. Camera is starting to shake. By the way, guys, if you haven't liked the stream yet, we have 1,700 people in here, 777 likes. If you all hit the like button at the same time, we can get that up to 1,000 in no time. And also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, we do coverage like this all the time. So also consider hitting that subscribe button as well. It's free to subscribe. It's not like Netflix where you have to pay money. You can just subscribe for free. And that's all I got. This man's initials is EF, yeah. EFF to be exact. See just how much these winds pick up here. Really wish we had the Burlington camera up and running, but it's not working still. I might try to look for a separate one. Let me see here. Burlington, Colorado webcam. We do have a traffic cam in Burlington, so we do have that, but I would rather find one that is like higher definition. Maybe we can see some cloud structure, potentially. Yeah, the winds have calmed down a little bit. Yeah, there's a lot of traffic cams in the area, but not seeing any live ones. It's unfortunate. Yeah, let's go ahead and get these traffic cams set up here. Oh, wow. This one's like a sky cam. This is actually a good camera. Here in Burlington. Let's come back over here to the radar view. I wish I knew where Storm Runner Media is. What the heck is that? Look at that! More dust? I cannot tell. Oh, we got some larger hail fall in here. You can see it bouncing on the road.
Yeah, nice info notch on this.
Where are you? Oh, they're in Stratton. They're in Stratton, Colorado.
That's right here.
Okay, so this is what it looks. They got to be east of Stratton.
What a notch! Actually, that's what a notch.
Yeah, I think it's dust.
Right there wasn't. That's what a notch.
Yeah. You gotta see how quick those clouds are moving.
Yeah, this is what it is heading towards Burlington.
Again.
Those clouds are definitely moving pretty quick. Okay, finally their radar's working again. Okay, so yeah, they're just to the west of Burlington. So we do have a high definition camera near Burlington, Colorado. It's the Storm Chaser. Finally, we know where they are.
No tornado class. We'll see. The problem is this thing is going to be rain wrapped if there's something in here. So that kind of scares me a bit.
So we're about to see. I think they're about to be in kind of the core of this. If they don't move soon.
This thing has to be really fast.
Sounds good, Gator. Thanks for that. Thank you guys for taking screenshots and joining the streams with us when we see.
So yeah, if you look on the little radar, like right there is where Burlington is, right in this area.
When we're not streaming,
right above my head, right up there.
Also on the Discord channel. You guys get to see.
Their spotter dot is just to the east of that little cam that we've been watching.
But you know, We're building up a great community over on that side as well. Community over on that.
Heck.
This is an ominous storm.
Oh yeah, look at the notch.
Oh yeah, they're about to be in it.
Not gonna be to our.
I guess they're gonna let it go over them.
Yeah, that's touching.
Where would it be, right here?
Yeah, you can see the spin.
Yeah.
Is this heading towards Burlington? Yes.
Yeah, actually, this is pretty much making a beeline for Burlington right now.
Yep. So we're about to see here for you folks in Burlington what this thing is all about.
That's not good.
Well, let's go check out the radar again. Yeah, they're talking about this storm here. The one that we've been watching. Yeah, there's no areas of stronger rotation here along the leading edge right now. Don't know what they're talking about. But still some strong winds. Look at that. So they did upgrade it to 70-mile-per-hour winds. We've got a 71-mile-per-hour wind report there north and west of Bethune. And so that's going to be pushing into Burlington, and also some quarter-sized hail is going to be possible with that. So if you live in Burlington, be indoors and away from windows, power outages could be more possible with this storm as that pushes down into you guys. Definitely could be packing some pretty dangerous winds in there as well. One's here to the south, about to push into Lamar, still warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's also going to be pushing into Sheridan Lake with potential, with that same kind of potential there. Maybe even some 2-inch hail, possible lime-sized hail there for Sheridan Lake in Colorado. And I got this little guy back here near Hugo, warned for $half-dollar-sized hail. Not really approaching too many people, but Arroyo and Wild Horse there in Colorado also need to be paying close attention to this storm. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning down here for this storm that might make it into eventually Amarillo, Texas. Talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds pushing into Fitch and Borger. After that is going to be Amarillo. Coming back over here to Missouri. Like this storm is still continuing here. Ping pong ball-sized hail on this new storm over here north of Bolivar again, heading down into Buffalo again. So a second round is coming for Buffalo. This one over here near Phillipsburg and Conway seems to be losing its intensity. I'd be surprised if there was even any hail in there whatsoever. Over here south of Sherrill, looks like we're getting a severe thunderstorm warning for this one still. That's going to be going towards Sherrill and Licking next. It's going to be golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So still some strong storms here in Missouri. Not as strong as they were, thankfully. But we do have some thunderstorm development in and around the Springfield area as well. So keeping an eye on that. None of those are severe right now. Yeah, I don't think that's... I'm not sure if that's legitimate colors. Well, let me ask him. I'll text him. Looks very green, but I'm not sure if that's like actually what it is. Let me I texted him. Hopefully we'll get an answer. Oh. Just lost connection. But yeah, so they're still on this storm here. Yeah, definitely a strong storm about to push into Burlington. Let's look at the Bethune camera again. And just see what it's like. Oh my goodness. Yeah, almost blinding rain here near Bethune, Colorado. Can barely even see that tree anymore. So be careful if you're traveling on I-70. This is still a pretty strong storm, and visibility drops pretty intensely with this storm. Certainly continue to keep an eye on that. That camera is located pretty much right here. Yeah, so storm intermediate. Okay, so that's the real look. So it's not green. It looks more like this. I think this is an accurate depiction of what the colors of the storm really look like. So I think that was just the camera kind of handling the lighting in a weird way. But this is the real view here. They're about to get out in front of this. So we might get a little view of a shelf cloud if the light can, if we can still have enough light by the time this gets close to Burlington. Yeah, I would say probably within the next couple of minutes, this is going to be there. Hey, thank you, Larry, for the 10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. You could keep all of that instead of YouTube taking a huge percentage. So I do appreciate that. Keeping us safe. Plus, you learned a lot. Well, I'm glad. Glad we could teach you guys a little bit. But thank you, Larry. That is a huge help out to the channel. As there's not a funnel in there. There's just some scud. And we'll go back to it. So someone in chat is saying that this is a funnel. But as you can see, this is the leading edge. That's the shelf cloud, the bottom. So it's going to look frilly and funnely. But unless we see some like rapid motion with some of those, which we're not, around the edges of them, and it doesn't look, you see it also doesn't look very laminar. It doesn't look very smooth. And the lighting is bad too. But along the leading edge, that's not where we would see funnels with this storm. That would be back in this rain, because anything that develops with this storm will be rain wrapped. So I think any rotation will certainly be rain wrapped. Yeah, tornadoes aren't really that much of a concern. They're definitely a possibility, you know, like a small one. You know, we've already had one tornado report today. They're southeast of Flagler, Colorado. That was earlier today. The main threat, though, is going to be damaging winds and very large hail, but can't rule out a tornado or two. All right, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Give me about 60 seconds. All right, I'm back. Oh, I love that little scene. Yeah, in terms of rotations on these storms, I'm not seeing anything that's really sticking out to me as like an imminent tornado threat. We do keep getting these little circulations here along the leading edge, but I think the majority of those is side lobe contamination right now. We are still getting those 60 mile per hour or those 60 to 70 mile per hour wind reports here. Man, look at Bethune getting quite the hail core there. Yeah, there it is. So this is in that hail core of the storm, that little increase of DBZs on the southern side. You can still definitely tell that there are some gustier winds within this thing right now. Let's go back over to the Burlington thing, because this should be just outside of that shelf. Oh my gosh, look at that. Yeah, you can see the shelf cloud has just passed over this camera. Let me check this one. This one's horrible. All right. Yeah, look at this view. I don't think Storm Runner Media is going to get in the storm. I think they're going to try to stay ahead of it. So we'll use this camera to see the conditions closer to the surface of the storm. Yeah, if you live in Burlington, continue to be indoors and well away from those windows as this storm is approaching. It's very close. That gust front is pretty much in Burlington right now. This is in Colorado. And this is what it looks like, kind of. Again, it's not this green. I can tell you that. But yeah, there's the rain and precipitation back in behind those darker clouds. So those lighter clouds, the green looking clouds, which look more in probably real life, it looks more like orange, like a faded orange color. Maybe that's the leading edge of the storm. Yeah, it's not green in like real life, guys. We'll keep an eye on it though. That's pushing into Burlington right now. Yeah, still 70-mile-per-hour wind warnings. They have extended this now for Colorado and Sharon Springs. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Let's come back over here to Missouri. Yeah, still got a cluster of storms ongoing here. This one's still warm for ping pong ball-sized hail approaching Buffalo, still with that hail core. Then over here near Sherrill, still have golf ball-sized hail pushing into your guys' region. After that, it's probably going to be Salem, most likely. Weird little cloud, Storm Runner Media's feed there. Got those scuddy looking things. These are not funnels, by the way. Up there above my head, those are not funnels. Just some scud. People want to do fun stuff, yeah. Yeah, the weekend is for outdoor fun for sure. But the good news is there's not a whole lot of people that live out here. It looks like Lamar is now getting into this storm here with the potential for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And that is still heading towards Lamar. After that's going to be Granada and Hartman. A little bit further up to the north towards Sheridan Lake, we got 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with that as well. Back over here, east of Colorado Springs, we got $50 sized hail potential with these storms back here. Hey, thank you, Susie and Alvaro, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Let me see how many we got. Hey, look at that. Getting even closer to our 50,000 subscriber goal. So thank you. Thank you for that. This storm over here has one or $50 sized hail that's still pushing off to the south and east, south of Ariba and Flagler. Not any cities to call out, but again, Highway 59. If you guys were close to that tornado report earlier in the day, you're going to be in the path of this storm as well. Take a little wide view here of these storms. They are about to enter into the Kansas region now. Your ex works in Lamar. Hopefully they'll be all right. Why is everybody talking about Alaska? We got storms up here? No. I ain't got nothing up here in old Alaska. Check back down for Amarillo. Yeah, nothing's changed on this warning. Still some gustier winds expected, and that gust front's probably going to pick up as soon as this outflow boundary comes through you. So it looks like it's past Borger and Fritch, and that gust front is now pushing down into Amarillo next. Amarillo, then White Deer and Pampa. Gonna get a little gusty. I would certainly be indoors for that. Not a whole lot of precipitation associated with that, though. Do the hula. It's a lie. uh, when is Miami gonna get storms? Probably later on in the day, early morning. Anything for Central Illinois tonight? No. Will they be strong to severe? They can be, yeah. There's definitely a chance for some severe weather. It's going to be on a marginal side. Most likely just going to see some rain and lightning. Looks like this wind and rain is now pushing into Burlington. This is the view of that storm from a distance here from Storm Runner Media. You can see Burlington is just off in the distance. And yeah, that's the leading edge of the storm. Can't really tell much other than that. But yeah, please continue to be indoors and away from windows. There's certainly a stronger storm with those 70-mile-per-hour winds and some hail in there as well. After Burlington is going to be Coronado along Highway 70. Looks like they should go just to the south of Goodland, hopefully. Yeah. You either get the northern edge or the strongest portion of the storm will go just to your south. What state am I in? I'm in Alabama. Northern Alabama. And thank you, Cheryl, for subscribing. I appreciate it. The outlook for tomorrow and today. Yeah, we can go over it again. So this is the outlook for today. As you can see, we got an enhanced risk still, so nothing's really changed. You know, Miami, Oklahoma being that slight risk. Tomorrow's outlook is looking pretty marginal. Probably won't be live tomorrow. No tornado threat tomorrow. It's a large area where severe weather could be possible. It can be very hit or miss. That really extends all the way from the East Coast through the Tennessee Valley, through the Ozarks, and then down into the Southern Plains, going up into the Northern Plains a little bit. There near like Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho. I could potentially see some severe weather there. The next day, also looking pretty marginal out there, but that could change as we get closer. And then we actually have a slight risk already on day 5 for severe weather. That's going to be for parts of Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, and Minnesota. So more severe weather on the way. Yeah, Tabitha does try to get my attention a lot, but it is what it is. Some people see it's pretty cool to get, your questions answered in about the weather. So I understand why a lot of people ask. It's not a normal thing that people are used to. The news on television never has done this. So it's for the first time in history, getting your weather questions answered in the moment is happening. So Yeah, before you just shout out your television when your meteorologist interrupts your favorite show, but now you can choose to watch weather. You can choose to watch weather and have cool views of storms and all that kind of stuff. You know, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. You got so many different creators. You got storm chasers out there. You got all these different nowcasters and forecasters out there. So, you know, getting your questions answered has never been easier. It's green. I'm telling you guys, when the sky turns green, that's not a legitimate color. It's just for some reason their camera is struggling with the lighting, making the storm look green. It's not actually that green, I promise. It looks like the strongest portion of the line is now pushing into Lamar right now in Colorado. Then Granada and Hartman are next in line. Sheridan Lake is still in line here for only 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail, which is still pretty damaging. It can still knock over some trees, maybe cause some power outages. Yeah, you see, now that's the real color of the storm, guys. This is the real color. It's not green. It looks like this. Yeah, yeah, like news channels, they're all going to become useless. So I agree with you there. That old timey media source is becoming a thing of the past. They're trying their best though to keep everybody still watching by using fear tactics, but it's not working anymore. Now that people can ask legitimate questions, they know what's really going on. So, you know, now it's not only that, everybody's starting to learn more too. You know, all these new creators, they're really putting the information out there. If people ask questions and want to learn, you know, they explain the radar and you know, and they can walk you through different threats and what they mean and different things and what they mean. So when when the mainstream media is out there fear mongering, then people can be like, oh, that's not true. You know, Evan told me that, you know, it's more conditional than that. Or, you know, that hurricanes, you can't forecast hurricane 3 months out. And so now people can call their BS. And yeah, you know, mainstream media will become irrelevant probably within the next decade or so, most likely, and get replaced by like independent news, which is only possible because of you guys. You know, you guys tune in, you donate, you allow these channels to exist. And, you know, for that, I mean, huge shout out to everybody that does that kind of stuff, keeping these channels live and going. Because without you guys, there would be nothing like this. It wouldn't be sustainable. New severe thunderstorm warning for Lehman and Hugo. That's going to be for $half size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows. You got a new watch? For where? Oh, probably for Kansas. Parts of Nebraska. Probably no, just for Kansas. I would say Ulysses, Dodge City, Great Bend, and Hayes, probably. Connor's home. What? What is going on in here? Where is he? He doesn't live here. He lives in like Illinois or Indiana. I think Connor's been abducted. Someone check in on Connor. Wouldn't that be crazy though? Like, it's gonna happen eventually. A storm chaser's gonna go into the gas station and then they're gonna get like their car stolen live on stream, and the person that steals their car is not gonna know that they're live. That's gonna happen eventually. Because all the storm chasers most of them keep their cars on. If they forget to lock the door, you never know. You can even change your title on your stream via your phone. Be like, my car is stolen. And then people would click and they'd be chatting in like, hey, stop the car. The police are coming after you. New severe thunderstorm warning for Colorado. Still for 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball-sized hail, and that is now for Holly, Colorado. Let's come check back over here in the old Missouri state. Yeah, still got these storms ongoing here. It's actually forming maybe a little area of circulation. Kind of weak on the weak side. But $0.5 sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind just went through Houston. Summer Views is next. It's like we also got our first severe thunderstorm warning, potentially for Springfield, like just to the north and eastern portion of Springfield. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. 100-mile-per-hour winds south of Goodland. What? South of Goodland? Like here? Is that a report? So seeing some rotation here south of Burlington. Not sure how legitimate that is. I just got, is that a report west of Goodland? Checking on that Burlington camera. Actually, let's go over to our Kansas cams now. We got 100-mile-per-hour winds ongoing. I want to see that. Pasted the wrong link. That's my traffic cam map. There we go. Oh, I want Kansas. I click Kansas, sorry. This is Colorado again. I want to get one over here near Coronado if I can. Please be live. Yes. Okay. We'll keep an eye on this. That's near Coronado, so once that line of storms gets there, we'll hop over to that cam, see what it's like. So, where is that warning details? Oh! Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, this storm is now warned for 100 miles an hour. Holy heck. This is an extremely destructive storm here, guys. This just escalated quite a bit. We got 100-mile-per-hour winds possible with this storm. It just went south of Burlington, and it's now pushing down to the south and east. It's warned for 100-mile-per-hour winds. This is an extremely, extremely powerful supercell here. If you live in Sharon Springs, Coronado, you guys need to be in your safe spots. This is a very, very powerful storm. Very powerful storm. This is coming into Kansas. Kind of like northwest Kansas. Holy heck. This is the view of the storm right now. Storm Owner Media is on it. We've got some cameras in Sharon Springs as well. And this is going to be our best shot of actually seeing the winds. Let me see if these cameras are live in Sharon Springs. Please be live and not a picture cam. No. Yeah. All right. Looks like we're going to have to rely on this camera near Coronado. And the strongest winds, though, are going to be further south, heading towards Sharon Springs. Thank you, Slim Pickens, for the 5. I appreciate that. Is it worth, if you're a novice? I mean, if you like models, I would upgrade it. That's about it. Yeah, this is an extremely strong storm here south of Coronado, guys. Please respect this storm and be in your safe spots. Again, that is the lowest, most interior room of your house with many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Again, this storm is warned for 100-mile-per-hour winds. Do not mess around with this storm. This is going to be going south of Goodland. That main gust front's going to be right in here. That's where the strongest winds are going to be, and it's going to try to approach.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has also been issued for Colorado here. That's going to be on the southern side. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're starting to get some stronger circulation there. Maybe even a little bit of a debris ball in there. It's hard to tell. I think that's in the inflow. But if you live south of Grenada here in Colorado, you need to be in your safe spots as this is tornado warned. And this storm up here is more dangerous than that. More dangerous than that. This thing has got 100-mile-per-hour winds. This is like a tornado that is on the ground. Again, just for reference, this is... yeah, just make sure I got my data right. Yeah, this is as strong as an EF1 tornado. This is as strong as an EF1, and in terms of hurricane strength, and is also strong as a Category 2 hurricane. That's how strong these winds are for reference. So if you live in Sharon Springs and in Coronado, you guys need to be in your safe spots. This storm is very serious. Again, 100-mile-per-hour winds is almost as high as a warning you can get on a storm. This is what it looks like so far in Coronado Springs. Doesn't look like those. I mean, in Coronado, doesn't look like the most dangerous winds have picked up yet. Derecho, no. This is a pretty small-scale system here. It's more of just a very severe thunderstorm here. No, Nova. This is going to be pretty much isolated to Kansas. This very dangerous wind threat. Yeah, this is what the storm looks like out in front of the storm with 100-mile-per-hour winds. Looks like Storm Owner Media is pushing down to the south. Let's listen in here. They might try to intercept these winds.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make sure that we can see those type of winds.
Yeah. So they're trying to get in the wind.
The problem is we're probably just gonna have to that'll be the intercept of the storm.
Yeah. And thank you, Wendy, for gifting 5 memberships. If you guys get a membership from Wendy, make sure that you are thanking her in the chat. But yeah, it looks like they're going to intercept these winds, guys. They're heading south of Coronado right now. They're going to get into the storm. And we're going to see what these winds are like with our eyeballs here. Thanks because of Storm Owner Media being there on the ground live on YouTube. This is going to be intense. I don't think we've seen 100-mile-per-hour winds not associated with a tornado before. This could cause some significant damage here. It's the big old downburst. Strong surge of winds.
Show me any other options, so I'm assuming. Well, actually, I could do this.
You could do 55 also. Oh wait, no, you can't. 'Cause you can go 55 north.
This is the other option. It shows me just go all the way down this road.
Whatever you want to do, whatever you feel comfortable doing.
I think those winds are going to be right there. Or let me take out my little thing here.
If you want to go the slower way,
I think the winds are going to be along this part of the storm.
Close to your winds.
'Cause that is where that gust front is.
It would for sure, because this is right here. It's gonna be right here. This is where your winds are gonna be. In that core that's going like that.
And this is Storm Owner Media. They're live on YouTube right now.
Okay, so yeah.
They're about to try to intercept these 100-mile-per-hour winds that are in this storm right now. Again, this storm is warned for 100-mile-per-hour winds. That's as strong as an EF1 tornado.
I'm not sure how, because like the storm should be elevated, but I'm pretty sure there's a couplet on that storm.
What?
Yeah, I'm not seeing that.
I mean, it's not totally elevated. It's been pretty low the whole time, but I mean, I don't see anything current.
Yeah, there's not a couplet on the storm, but yeah, I mean, again, this is
just a little tiny couplet,
Right there.
and I mean, yeah, it's definitely should be elevated where it is. Like the base might be low, but like the storm itself should be getting.
I'm not seeing a couplet.
Flow at its elevated layer. But I mean, it may be just really drilled through.
Yeah, if you live in Sharon Springs, you're going to be in the path of these very damaging winds. They're right along this leading edge here, pushing down to the south and east towards Sharon Springs. You guys need to be in your safe spots.
I don't know, dude. I'm gonna freaking try.
Again, that is the lowest, most interior portion of portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Again, this is a very dangerous storm, about as serious as it gets. You don't see 100-mile-per-hour wind warnings on storms like very often. I mean, we've only seen like 1 or 2 times this year where that's happened. That just kind of goes to show an example of the caliber of how strong this storm is. So please be in your safe spots there in Sharon Springs, Kansas. Yeah, Burlington probably got some of those winds initially there. Let's go check back down on this tornado warning here. On the southern side, just to the south of Lamar. Yeah, looks like that side. Looks like there is still some circulation here. It's broadening out a little bit. If you live south and east of Lamar, Colorado, still continue to be in your safe spots. All right.
I think they're parked. Are they parked in here?
Let's get them big screen again.
Oh. Are we gonna continue on our road that we're trying to do?
Yeah, they're going for it.
I don't know. Yeah, I can turn around too, I guess.
I think Connor's gonna try to intercept it too. Where is he at? Yeah, he has got a view of it too. I think both of our storm chasers are gonna try to get into the storm.
Yeah, unless the winds are making them rotating around the other way.
We'll see what it's like. Oh, they just lost their connection. We'll come back to them in a moment. They'll get it back, most likely. And we got Connor Croft there in the path of the storm as well. So, no matter what happens with the connection, we should be able to get a view inside of this very dangerous supercell here. Again, we're not just calling it very dangerous for no reason. This thing is warned for 100-mile-per-hour winds. Again, that's as strong as an EF1 tornado and also as strong as a Category 2 hurricane. This is no joke. This is no joke. This is a very strong, serious storm. So please continue to be in your safe spots there in Sharon Springs as this approaches. Why are they turning around? They're not even at the gust front yet. Maybe they're just, I don't know what they're doing. Might have wussed out. All right, yeah, maybe the winds. I mean, on radar, it looks like the strongest winds are up here. I mean that bowing segment is further to the south. I would assume it's along that, but it could also be up here. I guess that might be why they're turning around there. But Sharon Springs in south of Goodland, Kansas, still be in your safe spots as we still have some potentially 100-mile-per-hour winds in that storm. Yeah, they might just be searching for the winds right now. I would assume it's on that leading edge, even though it doesn't really show up too well on radar. Let's come back over to here and listen in. And Storm Hunter Media is going to be in the storm here very shortly. You can see that rain is pulling in.
You can go 55. You can sit there. You can go 57. You sit there.
I might go 55 instead.
This camera is quite dark.
57. Keep going. I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, it's a monster storm. Yeah, we can call it a monster storm. Any type of word that you can think that sounds like crazy or insane, you can use those for this storm. Crazy, insane, huge, massive, monster. This is a very high caliber severe thunderstorm that is ongoing right now. I mean, again, you just don't see 100-mile-per-hour warnings on a storm really ever. Let me turn off their feed here until we can get their audio. And they should be back very shortly. They went down, their connection went down in the same exact area. They turned around and now they're going right back into that weird area where they don't have any connection. They should get that connection back here within the next couple of seconds. But just in case they don't, Connor Croft is entering into the area as well. He will be keeping an eye on this storm and trying to intercept the winds too. That's exactly what I'm doing, Rick. Thank you for noticing. But yeah, Sharon Springs, south of Goodland, Kansas, and along 27 here, all need to be in their safe spots. Let's go check out Connor's view. We'll listen in. This is the view from a storm from afar. Oh, man. Yeah, it looks like everybody's struggling with signal. Go check in on our Coronado, Kansas cam here.
For a while. See it off to the left there. Big old shelf cloud.
Seems pretty good there. Second Goodland. Yeah, Goodland's still looking good as well. Looks like Connor is back. Oh, maybe not. Okay. But yeah. Oh, is he back? There you go. But yeah, you can see that shelf cloud back there. That is the leading edge of okay, yeah. We'll just wait until they get some better service. But unfortunately, we have both of our storm chasers struggling with service as this thing approaches. But you know, double the storm chasers, double the chances of this thing that we'll get a view inside of this. But yeah, again, still a strong storm. Strongest winds appear to be here on radar, but I'm not sure just how legitimate that is. But yeah, right there south of Goodland could be where some of those damaging winds are, and also on the southern leading edge there as that pushes down to the south and east. Again, you know, Sharon Springs, you're going to be in the path of these very soon. So you have just a little bit more time to get into your safe spots. All right, looks like Storm Hunter Media is back, so let's listen in. I mean, they're in the storm right now. They're north of that gust or of that leading edge onto the south. Yeah, those trees really aren't moving too much. Yeah, we'll see. Those winds on radar appear to be to the north, but like right in this area, which is where they're traveling to. So they should be in it here shortly. That leading edge of the gust front is down in this area too. So again, that's why they're warning all of this portion of the line here. So it doesn't matter if you live in Sharon Springs or just the south of Goodland. You guys need to be in your safe spots as this storm approaches. This thing's still warned for 100 miles. Yeah, it's still warned for 100-mile-per-hour winds. See what it ends up doing. Hey, thank you, Paper Boy, for becoming an EF1 member. I appreciate that. I'm more interested to see what Connor's view looks like because he's going to be on the southern portion of this storm. You see, he's over there near Sharon Springs. And my theory is that is probably where some of the stronger winds are, so hopefully we can get a view of that. It's like we're still struggling with service issues here. Yeah, let's go check on that tornado warning again, just to see if anything has changed. Yeah, still getting some broad circulation within this storm right now. Not overly concerned about a tornado with this still, but again, there's really nobody that lives out here. There's a very low populated area, but if you live south of Grenada, you also still need to be in your safe spots. Yeah, you can see probably a little bit better here that this storm is warned for 100-mile-per-hour winds. It says a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. Storm was located 7 miles south of Coronado. Destructive storm at ASOS at 6:53 p.m. A 95-mile-per-hour wind gust was reported 5 miles south of Burlington. Wow. So that would have been like right in here. Storm radar media should be about to be in that portion of the storm. Because I think they're traveling on one of these roads here. Yeah, so that would be like right in this area. Listen in. They should be like right next to it.
That was, and it's still got 100 miles within it. And they microbursted over. What microburst?
Probably. But I still want to give it a chance. I mean, I don't know. We followed it for like 6 hours. Even if we just intercepted here and couldn't keep up with it, that wouldn't really bother me. But I guess that's just because they care more about the wind.
Yeah, there's a tornado warning in south of Lamar, Colorado right now. Scary. We'll see. We'll see what this storm really has right now.
Today this thing has not done a very good job for me in trying to find out what winds are. I
keeps dripping in front of the camera there. It's leaking through the windshield.
Oh yeah, they got those little cracks in their windshield. The water's coming in. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Doesn't look like 100-mile-per-hour winds there to me. Must not still have those winds in it. That's not 100-mile-per-hour winds. That is like 20 to 30. Maybe 40 miles per hour. We'll keep watching it. Let's come up here, check this camera near Goodland. Maybe they're a little bit further north near these cameras here. Yeah, some gustier winds pulling into Goodland, but certainly not 100-mile-per-hour winds. But we did get an official measurement south of Burlington, so that did happen. But it might have just been a brief gust. Kind of seems like the winds might be picking up here. Hold on. Seems some more dust getting lifted up, maybe. The trees are moving around a little bit more. Still barely even, probably not even 60-mile-per-hour winds, though. So yeah, it might have been like, I kind of like what Garrett was saying. It might have been a little microburst, kind of localized there south of Burlington. How's it daytime? Well, these storms are over in Colorado, so. Hey, thank you, Muse, for the $1. I appreciate it. On Cash App, thank you.
No, that's been there the whole day. That's blocking you from not talking because it doesn't have service out here. There it goes.
Oh, are you trying to reach us?
Said that?
I don't know. Still not seeing it. Maybe it's further back in there. I guess we have to accept the possibility that there is not 100-mile-per-hour winds in this anymore, but that still looks like a pretty convincing signal there on radar on the northern side. But that's where storm intermediate is right now. I mean, if we had 100-mile-per-hour winds in this storm right now, those power lines would be down. They would not be up anymore. We'll keep an eye on it, though. Yeah, those trees are not associated with this storm right now. Those trees that we're looking at, those were like dead trees from a while ago. That didn't happen with this one. Again, the 90-mile or it was a 95-mile-per-hour wind report here south of Burlington, 5 miles south of Burlington. And, that's what prompted this warning, just in case it did last for a while. But it doesn't seem like it's still ongoing. But we'll see. We'll see what Connor's view ends up looking like. Here's Connor. But it seems like he's staying out ahead of the storm. It doesn't seem like he's decided to push in and to intercept it anymore. So I don't think Connor's actually going to get into the southern view of this storm, which is what I was hoping would happen. But because I was interested to see what was happening down here initially, because that's where that surge is happening. But according to radar and the reports, those strongest winds are here. Yeah, there's that report. 100-mile-per-hour wind report. Here, Train Spotter reports estimate of 100-mile-per-hour winds ongoing. House is trembling and lawn furniture is moving. Pea-sized hail too. So that's right here, kind of on the southern leading edge. If you go to radar at the time, yeah, it's back in this area. So it hasn't even that would be like, let's see when that report was. That was at 8:19, which is like about 7 minutes ago. So
a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So that would have been like back in here. So yeah, it's this leading edge here that is packing those 100-mile-per-hour winds potentially. That's not where storm intermediate is. Storm intermediate is up here. I'll be pushing down towards Sharon Springs. New PDS severe thunderstorm warning was just issued. 80-mile-per-hour winds possibly. About to push into Kit Carson here in Colorado. You guys need to be in your safe spots for these winds. These are very damaging winds potentially in this storm. Yeah, I mean, look at that. We had 82-mile-per-hour wind report there near Wild Horse, Colorado. So make sure you guys are indoors and well away from those windows, preferably in your safe spots there for that storm. Let's come back down to this tornado warning where we still got some broader circulation. Still not overly concerned about the tornado threat with this storm, but if you live south in Grenada, I would still be in your safe spots just in case this thing tries to re-wrap up again here in the near future. Yeah, two pretty strong storms ongoing. Let me just double check to make sure we don't have any cameras near Kit Carson. We got picture cams in the region, but we don't. Let me just double check Kit Carson webcam live. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, if you live there in Kit Carson, watch out. That 80-mile-per-hour wind report just happened there near Wild Horse. So it's very likely that there are still some pretty elevated winds about to push into Kit Carson. Yeah, right here in this area is where those 100-mile-per-hour winds would be. Check back here with Storm Runner Media, see if they're getting any heftier winds yet. Not yet. This is Connor Croft's view of the storm. He's traveling to the east, so yeah, he's not trying to intercept that that wind. I mean, that's what the storm looks like from a distance. You can see there's a shelf cloud back there. But, you know, unless Storm Intermediate gets inside of it somehow, which he probably won't be able to, then we're probably not going to see him live, unfortunately. But yeah, very strong storm. If you still live in between Sharon Springs and Goodland, you guys need to be continuing to be in your safe spots. Thing could still have 100-mile-per-hour winds in it. We just can't get any confirmation from the chasers on the ground because I think Storm Intermediate was too far to the north, and then Connor is like out in this region, like in this area. So we weren't able to confirm it because they just weren't in that area.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued, so they're just bringing that warning back here. So there's still potentially some 80-mile-per-hour winds ongoing, even on the back side of this storm. And then on the leading edge, Kit Carson, it's coming in. So please still be in your safe spots there in Colorado. Again, a very strong storm here. Those 80-mile-per-hour winds can cause a decent amount of damage there. All right, we'll try to keep both of these storms in view here. Man, that's good. Concordia, Kansas. Let me see where Concordia is. No, you're gonna be all right. These are gonna go to your south. Man, it seems like some spin-ups might be possible with this thing, but I keep looking at radar and I'm not seeing any like dangerous areas of rotation. We got some broad circulation here. But that's about it. I mean, if we're getting 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts and still not seeing any spin-ups, then, we're probably not going to see many. Overland Park, Kansas? Yeah, you guys are good. These are going to go to your south. Check back down on this tornado warning here. Yeah, still some broad circulation, maybe a little bit tighter in there, but we're still dealing with a lot of hail contamination there south of Goodland. Nothing really convincing in terms of like stronger rotation yet with this storm, but south of Grenada still be in your safe spots until the rain stops there. Sharon Springs here in Kansas. Storm's going to be there any minute. Most likely within the next 5-10 minutes at the most. Considerable warning in Missouri. Yeah, we've been getting those quite a bit. Sorry, been a little bit distracted by that extremely powerful storm there. But yeah, we do have severe warnings in Missouri. We've got one over here north of Mountain View. None of these storms have some strong rotation at the moment. But we're talking golf ball sized hail with a lot of these storms. This one's going towards Cabell and Norwood. This one over here is coming towards Summersville and Eminence, and then Birch Tree after that. Same kind of warnings on those. This one back here is just to the north and east of Springfield. Is packing golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Next in line is going to be Stratford and Fordland. And then we've got this one over here near Ash Grove and Willard. This one has 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with it as well. I think they're going to extend this warning out here for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be for Medway and Syracuse there in Kansas. Oh, wow. Yeah, started to see some spin ups potentially here. Got a little area of some decent little rotation there. That might be about to be a tornado there. They might throw a tornado warning on that north of Sharon Springs. A little bit of a stronger couplet starting to form with this storm. Yeah, this is Radar Omega. Have I ever been in a severe storm with 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts? No, I can't say I have. I think I've experienced like 80-mile-per-hour winds before, but I don't think I've ever personally experienced 100 miles per hour. I've been on a pretty strong RFD gust before. When I was chasing, I think it was the Seminole, Oklahoma tornado like a year ago. There's a personal weather station on the south side of that destructive storm in Kansas. Has picked up nearly 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yeah, I'm not sure if this thing still has 100-mile-per-hour winds. If it still does, it would be most likely right in here. You see, there's that 100-mile-per-hour wind report. Most of our wind reports have come out of this section of the storm. So I'm still thinking this southern leading edge right there. You can't really see it too well on the velocities here, but that is where the last little report came from. So still thinking we still do have 100-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be right in this area here, pushing down to the south and east. That little area of rotation has died off on the leading edge, and we got another one trying to form right there. Storm is kind of hooking a little bit. It might be starting to tap into maybe a little bit more warm, moist air there, inflow. For Kit Carlson, still have an 80-mile-per-hour wind warning on this. Still approaching it's kind of over Kit Carlson. It's like right on the edge. So please continue to be in your safe spots there as well. Storm here in Burlington, Colorado was pretty intense. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, 70-mile-per-hour wind reports and 60-mile-per-hour wind reports all around in your area. So, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I'm glad you guys are okay there. I'm glad this thing decided to spit out 100-mile-per-hour winds after it went through Burlington. Any current hail cores? Yeah, we got a couple. Seems like the biggest hail, though, as of right now, is in Missouri. Let's go check back in on this tornado warning here, just to make sure nothing's changed. Yeah, still got quite the contaminated view here. Some circulation in there, but it's definitely contaminated, so I don't think the rotation is nearly that strong, but there's still probably a little bit of rotation in there, so I still think it's a good idea to be in your safe spot south of Grenada until this expires, which it will expire in 8 minutes, unless they decide to extend it into Kansas. Yeah, none of the chasers recorded those 100-mile-per-hour winds, so I think Storm Armenia was just too far north. In a very rural location. Yeah, I mean, it's relatively rural for sure, yeah. Definitely not a very populated region for sure. I mean, you can tell just by looking at Storm Media's view. You can see that, there's not a house or really a driveway out there, and, Connor's in an actual city, or at least a city indicated by Radar Omega's map app here, and it's still really not that much out here. There are a couple houses out here, though. Probably less than 1,000 people. Yeah, probably. Yeah, not too many people, thankfully, that are directly underneath these 100-mile-per-hour winds. If they're still in this storm, they would still be pretty much right in this region here. If we zoom way in, are any houses? There's a couple buildings. There's 3 little buildings here, so there are people that are out there. In that kind of the worst portions of this storm right now. Man, look at this very broad circulation here. That is impressive. Maybe another little tight circulation forming here. That's kind of in the clear air, though, so we might have a little bit of contamination there. The main area of circulation with this storm is up here. Right in there. Very broad circulation. If you were just looking at radar, you would think those 100-mile-per-hour winds would be here. That's where Storm Armenia was, and, they were only coming in at like 30, 40 miles per hour. I think my best estimate. At least where they were. I mean, they're just one data point in a huge thunderstorm, so they might have just missed the worst winds just by a little bit, or, it could have been well to their south. They didn't go into it. They went into it for a little bit. But, I mean, it was going all the way down to the south. Those winds were definitely, at least according to this report, those winds were 100% to their south. All right, looks like that leading edge of the storm is now completely pushed into Kit Carlson, Colorado, with those 80-mile-per-hour destructive winds still traveling down to the south and east. If you live south and east of Kit Carlson, along any of these alphabet roads here, we got G, we got J, we got C, 25, 24, 31, and you guys need to be in your safe spot still. It's safe to say any kid that grew up here learned their alphabet and numbers very quickly. Yeah, 100 miles per hour winds is equivalent to a Category 2 hurricane and a EF1 tornado. And still warned for it. They haven't dropped the warning on it just yet. They'll probably extend it here shortly. I mean, there's a couple storm chasers in this area. If any of them got anemometers on their cars, then they're probably reporting that into the NWS, and that's the warning that we'll get next with this storm, because there's a bunch of storm chasers here in this region. Storm Runner Media, I think Vince Welty, Brandon, they were all to the north, I think. But I did see some cars traveling south, so somebody was in there. It's just a matter of whether or not they had the equipment to measure it or not. Yeah, Kit Carson. Sorry, I don't know why I keep saying Carlson. I'm sorry. You've been in a severe storm with 104-mile-per-hour wind gusts? Jeez Louise. Yeah, I mean, if you've ever intercepted a hurricane before, then you've probably been in those too. I've never. I think the highest gusts I've personally witnessed is 80, and that was in the RFD. Yeah, no touchdowns in Kentucky, unless there's a football game happening there. You're in Indiana. Oh, so you might have been. Was that a derecho potentially? Let's go check back with Missouri. We're not ignoring you guys. It's just your severe weather's not as pressing, but I mean, still, some of these storms could have a little bit of a damage impact with them. I mean, golf ball sized hail is not nothing. But Eminence and Birch Tree, you guys are still next in line for the severe thunderstorm warning with golf ball sized hail. We got $half sized hail with this one, so they did downgrade it. Still not seeing any dangerous areas of rotations, any of those storms. Golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds now about to push into Fordland. And then over here, north and west of Springfield, still have this storm ongoing, pushing down towards Ash Grove and Willard. Please continue to be indoors, well away from those windows here. Also, we got some thunderstorms ongoing south of St. Louis, kind of heading towards Fredericktown eventually. These aren't severe yet. Maybe this one has some severe potential, but there's a little bit of stable air, it appears, out in front of them. With some rain showers ongoing out there. But yeah, come check back down with this tornado warning in southwest Kansas. Yeah, still some broad circulation there. I still don't think we're really dealing with too much rotation. We got a lot of contamination there. I think most of the rotational signals with that storm have just all been contamination at this point. Yeah, man, look at this. Still very broad circulation here. That is so impressive. I mean, just look at that. Looks like a hurricane. A little mini land hurricane, it looks like. Yeah, no tight circulations in there right now, but still warned for 100-mile-per-hour winds if you guys are still in the path of this. South of Goodland and in Sharon Springs here in Kansas, you guys got to be in your safe spots. Kit Carson, your storm just went through. You could still have some pretty gusty winds there, so I still want you to be in your safe spots just for a little bit longer. And then south of First View and First View, still in the path here in Colorado for these 80-mile-per-hour destructive winds. Let's come check back in with Storm Runner Media. I'm not sure where they are, though. Their radar's been glitching all day. But I want to see what the winds are like where they are. Thank you, Jeff, for the 2. Thank you so much. Huge help out to the channel. Thank you. It's because of donators, small dollar donations, and just donations in general that keep the lights on, allow us to pay these storm chasers. So thank you so much. It does go a long way.
Okay, not sure where that is, but
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. So they are extending this now for 90 miles per hour. So those 90-mile-per-hour winds are going to be heading towards Wallace, McAllister, and Winona and Monument. I'm sure they're getting that from some sort of spotter out here. And they're saying it's radar indicated, but they probably got that report from somebody. But yeah, if you live in Wallace, McAllister, Winona, and Russell Springs, Monument, you guys need to be in your safe spots as this storm approaches. Those strongest winds are going to be in this part of the storm. But I do have a theory here. As this thing starts to run into this moisture, the atmosphere should be stabilizing quite a bit. And we might not have much longer where this storm is going to be as much of a damaging wind threat. But in between like Sharon Springs and McAllister and Winona, I think it still has a decent amount of severe potential as that pushes off to the east. Thank you, Ryan, No Telling Creek Game, Derek, and Jack for subscribing. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is still a very dangerous storm. Not warned for 100-mile-per-hour winds, but to be honest, there's not really much of a difference between 100 miles per hour and 90. Yeah, 91 or 90 miles per hour is still as strong as an EF1 tornado. We are no longer, though, in Category 2 hurricanes strength, though. We are now in Category 1. So this is as strong as an EF1 tornado and in a Category 1 hurricane. What is that on their stream here? Some lower clouds here. Most likely Scud. I wish I knew where they were. Oh yeah, still a very dangerous storm. I mean, they're in the thick of it. I know that. They're near this storm. I just don't know where their exact location is because their radar is not working. It's not tracking their thing anymore. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, I don't think this storm's got long. Still a strong storm, though, for sure. 90-mile-per-hour winds is no joke. So please be continuing to be in your safe spots out in front of this. Let's go check back over here near Kit Carson. Looks like they downgraded this storm to 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be going to the south of First View. Actually, it looks like it might, yeah, it looks like it's going to go right into First View, actually. Yeah, it is taking a little bit more of an easterly turn. So yeah, those 70-mile-per-hour winds are probably going to go directly into First View there. They allowed that tornado warning to expire. So now we're going to put our focus mainly on this storm here. You're in Goodland? Yeah, it's south of you in Goodland, so you guys will be all right. It might still be a little gusty up there, though. Let me see. I thought we had some to the east of some cams. Yeah. We do have a camera further down the line, but it's like really far down the line. I don't think the winds will make it there, but if they do, we do have a camera in Oakley, but it might go south of Oakley. I also got another one near Shields, which I think is down in here. Near Healy and Shields. Where is that? South and east of Oakley. Somewhere in here. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, we've got cams over here. Let me see, and I think that's a little bit too far to the south. And that's going to be after all this convection really... It essentially is like it pumps the brakes on the storm when there's this much convection, because it's got to run in, and all those winds kind of run into this convection here, and it slows it down quite significantly. So this storm is probably on its last breaths here in terms of that really strong wind threat of over 70, 80 miles per hour. It could probably still sustain 70 after that, but those prefrontal storms are going to pump the brakes on it for sure. By the way, guys, if you haven't subscribed, to the channel yet, please consider it. We do storm coverage like this all the time. We're trying to get to 50,000 subscribers. We're getting close, about 7,000 away from it. So please hit that subscribe button. It's free. And also consider hitting the like button. It helps us reach people in the path of these storms. We won't override your guys with ads on this channel. We don't take sponsorships or anything like that. We just do storm coverage with storm chasers. Simple as that. So if you want to follow along with the channel like that and help us reach more people, hit that like button and subscribe. Storm Runner Media is in the thick of it. Let's listen in.
It's all in here.
How late? I'm not going to be live for, if we don't have any PDS severe thunderstorm warnings, I'm going to end the stream.
What if it's like just completely ahead of it? What if it's just like the gusts out ahead of it?
That would make any sense because we were in the gust ahead of it.
Not further to the south we went. We missed it before it crossed the road. I mean, I could sit and wait for that portion. I have no problem doing that.
It said it was 9 miles north of Sharon Springs. So that puts it right, that's what the warning says, it puts it right where we are.
Was there a measured gust? Or
Yeah, I'm mainly just seeing rain. Rain, it's certainly windy in there, but 80 mile or 90 mile per hour windy. They say they're 9 miles north of Sharon Springs, so they're like right in this area where that broad circulation is. I'm wondering if that convection out in front of it's starting to put a damper on the storm. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah, I hate the commercialized crap. Like, do it like I just like I personally, it's just a personal thing. It's an opinion of mine. I just don't think that kind of stuff belongs while doing serious weather coverage. I mean, doing an ad when there's a tornado warning, that's messed up. I think just doing an ad whenever is kind of messed up. So anyways, the latest wind report out of this was 70 miles per hour. That was south of Coronado, Kansas. So yeah, that still kind of tracks with the damaging portions of the storm that we've been tracking, which is this section right here. And that's probably going to go into McAllister here in a little bit. Thank you, Melanie, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. If you guys get a membership from Melanie, make sure you're saying thank you. That is a huge help out to the channel. Thank you, Melanie. If I understand it correctly, Tyler's going live tomorrow, right? Yeah, if you guys are subscribed to this channel, just know you can come here anytime, and we will always be the same. We're not taking sponsors. Doesn't matter how much they offer. We just rely off of crowd sourcing or crowdfunding. So whatever you guys donate, whatever we earn off of YouTube, that's it. So I don't like doing that stuff, man. It's just annoying. I'm not a salesman, I'm a weatherman. And also, I'm sorry, we're never going to do merch. It's just not happening. So don't ask. Everybody always comes in the chat is like, we need to release merch. It's like, never. We're not releasing merch. Still can't believe, though, we got a 100 mile per hour wind report. That is just insane. Peconic, Colorado. Whoever lives there, is there anybody that lives near this 100 mile per hour wind report? Hopefully there's like no houses in here. Yeah, there's a couple little buildings in and around that area. Yeah, it looks like that most damaging part of the storm is going just to the north of Sharon Springs. Yeah, McAllister is going to be next in line for this. Jazzy plushie, no. We're not doing that. I'm not doing that kind of crap. I ain't got time for it. I do everyday coverage and I just find it annoying. But that's just my personal opinion, right? Everybody thinks differently. Just the fact that you guys ask for merch, I understand that's probably something that you guys want, but no, just not doing it. I don't want to sit here during my stream and have to say anything other than, what's happening with the storm. Maybe we joke around here and there, but, I'm not going to, I just hate it. Just never been a fan of ads. We got severe thunderstorm warnings happening over in Oregon. Look at that. Got $half sized hail in Oregon. They're near Burns. Heading up to the north, over 20 there, and then this one's kind of in the middle of nowhere, but not expecting that. That was not on my bingo list. Wasn't even on the bingo card. Things still warned for 90-mile-per-hour winds, but my confidence of those winds being in this storm is lowering, as it is looking like the storm is starting to hit the brakes. I'm thinking like some sort of like microburst, just a very strong downdraft. I mean, it didn't last for very long, so I'm thinking maybe like a microburst. Either a microburst or just a very strong downburst of winds. Oh, they have a marginal risk? Oh. Well, I still didn't have it on my bingo card. Nope. No, Oregon. Oh, they are in a marginal risk. Look at that. You're right. I missed that. This is not surprising. I never, ever think about Oregon. The largest hail in Oregon was 4 inches. Wow. Although one of my favorite games when I was younger was Oregon Trail. All right, looks like the most damaging part of the storm is now north of Wallace and is about to head into McAllister. Kansas next. Winona, you're probably going to get on the northern side of this, which as far as we've been able to determine is not nearly as damaging as kind of right here where it's going into McAllister, but still could be some pretty gusty winds in there, potential for some power outages, so I still would be indoors and away from windows, and it wouldn't be a dumb idea to be in your safe spots either. There in Russell Springs, Winona, and Monument. Yeah, the tide of dysentery, yep. An infection, dysentery, it's all about it. All these different things. I want to play that game again just to see if it's still fun. How long before Amarillo gets hit? You guys aren't getting hit by that. You guys had a little bit of an outflow boundary come in. But that was about it. Oh, looks like Connor Croft's getting some hail. Let's go listen into Connor Croft real quick. How's he getting hail? He's in McAllister. Might have some hail in McAllister. I was just looking for Wakini, Kansas. Where's Wakini? Yeah, you guys are gonna be all right. This should go to your south. And by the time it gets there, I really don't think we're going to be talking about as much of a damaging wind threat again. As this storm kind of pushes into this kind of wall of thunderstorms, that is certainly going to lower the damaging wind potential. Thank you, Muse, for the 3 on Cash App. I appreciate it. All right, Shinsky. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for tuning in. Problem. Still warned for 90-mile-per-hour winds, though. Even though the last report was 70-mile-per-hour winds, which is interesting. They're being cautious, which I think is warranted. You know, whenever you get a 100-mile-per-hour wind report, it's always good to be cautious. Oh my goodness. Yeah, lightning when you're hiking or like camping is like extremely scary. I used to like hike and camp all the time when I was in Boy Scouts when I was younger. And we got a couple thunderstorms a couple times, and like, you know, it's one thing to be in a house or like storm chasing where you can like get out of the way by looking at radar, but like when you're just like stuck in a tent and you start to hear thunder, it's like one of the most terrifying things. It doesn't matter who you are. Especially when you got all those big freaking trees around you. Greater Kansas City area is going to be a while before any storms get to you, and it looks like they're mostly going to be to your south. So it looks like you guys will probably miss out on this. There's also a 65-mile-per-hour wind report there in Sharon Springs, so we haven't gotten a 90-mile-per-hour wind report for quite some time. So I feel like we got a downgrade coming on this storm. Where at, Rob? Waynesville, Missouri. Yeah, it looks like the most dangerous severe weather is kind of missing you. Still got some what appears to be some baby storms off to your north and east. Might still have to watch for those. Yeah, Waynesville is like somewhere in this area. Dang it. Oh, there it is. So yeah, you're over there near St. Robert. So, you know, gotta watch these storms maybe tonight for some severe potential as they kind of meander down to the south and east. So still some possibilities. Also, we're starting to get some flood warnings out here near Springfield, Missouri. Turn around, don't drown. Watch out for those flood waters. You got your taco NATO to eat tonight? Sounds more like a taco salad to me. Started off as a taco, but once the taco NATO happened, it was a taco salad. And no problem, Coco. Yeah, okay, so they downgraded it to 80 miles per hour now. And still some potential for 80-mile-per-hour winds heading into McAllister here shortly. Again, those damaging winds have really been isolated to this spot so far, at least according to reports. So, McAllister, Winona, Russell Springs, I would still be in your safe spots. 80-mile-per-hour winds could be possible, but my theory right now is that we're probably dealing with like a 70-mile-per-hour winds with this. Let me know if you live in McAllister or Winona or Monument if you're watching. Just how loud it sounds outside as the storm approaches. How far is Paragould, Arkansas from the storms? You guys are getting there. They're trying to make their way down to you, and then I'll be coming from this little line here. Also got a new severe thunderstorm warning around Springfield now. A quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but let me check Hit the distance here, Paragold. Yeah, they're about 100 miles from you, but it does seem like they are going to sink down there eventually, so it'll probably be overnight into the early morning hours. Okay, Gerardo. I think these, yeah, you guys do got some storms, kind of, but these ones have never been severe, but they still have some severe potential. And so, that'll probably be within the next like 2 to 3 hours. It's going to be very hit or miss. You either see lightning in the distance or you get some like a low end severe thunderstorm there in Cape Girardeau over the next couple of hours. Hey, thank you, Nick, for becoming an EF1 member. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Fry family. And also, thank you, Muse, for another $1 on Cash App. Thank you. Joining very late today. Were there tornadoes earlier? Yeah. And there was we have one tornado report from today. Multiple chasers reported a cone/multiple vortex tornado, and that was near Kit Carson, south of Flagler. And then the other crazy report that we've had was this 100-mile-per-hour wind report there near Kit Carson. Thank you, Coco, for the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you, and keep up the great work. I will. We're not stopping. It's going to keep going. But thank you so much. It looks like probably within the next 5 minutes, McAllister is going to get the most dangerous portion of this storm. Check the velocities. Yeah, still not seeing any dangerous like tornadic circulations in this. And yeah, those velocities are really starting to die down. So potentially some stronger winds in and around the Sharon Springs, Wallace, and McAllister area, but wherever that the potential for 80-mile-per-hour winds would probably be mostly for McAllister. Thank you, Tim, Emily, Charlene, Donnie, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Any cameras? Not until we get to Oakley. But by the time the storm gets there, I got a feeling it's not going to be camera worthy. I only like to find cameras for like significant storms, because if it's 60 mile, like for some reason 60-mile-per-hour winds, even 70-mile-per-hour winds, just really don't look that interesting on camera. Because the camera just doesn't really pick it up. But once you get like those 80-mile-per-hour winds, then it looks kind of insane. But that's because most cameras are like higher up off the ground, so it's just harder to see near the surface. Like 70-mile-per-hour winds, like from a storm chaser's perspective, like it usually looks pretty crazy. So it's worth showing that. And if you're there in person, it feels pretty crazy. But like from a camera view, especially like the lower resolution traffic cams, you can barely tell what's going on. So it's not really that helpful in determining anything. Anything worth noting near Lakin? Yeah. Not right now. I mean, you do have some storms happening nearby, but this line of storms is approaching Lakin. Eventually, could have anywhere from like 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. And that'll be probably a little bit there. Salina, Potentially down the line, yeah, you guys could end up getting some severe weather there. That probably won't be for another couple of hours, though. Could see anywhere from like 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts, small hail. Tornado threat should be pretty darn low. Storm is still warned for 80 mile per hour winds. It is now pushing into McAllister, just past Wallace. Next in line is going to be Winona and Russell Springs. Please continue to be in your safe spots as 80 mile per hour winds, although not 100 mile per hour winds, can be destructive. Can cause a lot of power outages and large trees to fall over onto houses. So that's why you want to be in the lowest floor of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. It's a soft G. Why'd you just call me Ryan? So many questions with that answer. Springfield, Missouri is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. That's eastern Springfield, and you got another stronger storm to the north about to make it down to you. The main threats with these storms is quarter-sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds, which is easily survivable as long as you're indoors and away from windows. Could still get some tree limbs down and maybe some spotty power outages, but for the most part, you got like a 99% chance of surviving that as long as you're indoors. Yeah, our last wind report, which came out of Wallace, was 50 miles per hour. This storm is losing its marbles. It's almost got no marbles left. Evan used to autocorrect to Ryan on your phone? No. No. The marbles in the room with us? Yes, they're right behind you. Just hate the live in a modular home. Yeah. Yeah, those trailer homes, man, and the trailers and the mobile homes. If you haven't experienced a thunderstorm in those, and you just will never understand. It sounds crazy. Like even the smaller hail in one of those buildings, it just sounds so loud. And the wind, it sounds like you're gonna die like every second, even in like a weak thunderstorm. So I understand. It like amplifies the fear factor of a storm. It would probably like if you could somehow be outside in a severe thunderstorm warning, it'd probably be less scary like that. Because like this, like the sheet metal on top of the on top of the on top of most mobile homes, on the sides of most mobile homes, it like just reverberates and like makes these weird noises. Anyone follow farm reports? No, I don't think I've never heard of that. Is that a thing? Still warned for 80 mile per hour winds. Heading into McAllister. But I think the storm is really slowing down. You can tell they're on radar. It's really not. It's really starting to kind of weaken. Not looking as Bowie. So I do think that these storms out in front of it are slowing its progression and also slowing the winds that are coming out of this storm. You'd like to cancel the hail, please? Yep. Yeah, I'll send an email to Mother Nature. I got you. It's pronounced this, not this. Yeah. It's a little bit annoying to me too, but I understand like why somebody would say that, you know. Like they live there, that's their city, you know, they got that city pride happening. They're like, "Hey man, it's not Scoot City, it's Scott City. Get it right, you dork." It's not Aoki. It's not Aoki. It's Oakley. It's not Winona. It's not. Oh no, it's not Winona. It's Winona. I get it. I would feel that that temptation if somebody pronounced Huntsville. Thank you, Jack, for the 2. I appreciate it. And no, that's not happening. You missed UK storm season. Do y'all have a storm season up there? I didn't know y'all did. Pop-up trailer? What is a pop-up trailer? I've never heard of a pop-up trailer before. Oh, there we go. They downgraded it to 60 miles per hour. But yeah, guys, severe threat is getting a little bit on the weaker side. It's been a 4-hour stream for me. So I'm not probably, I am definitely heading off here. Gotta eat, gotta walk my dog. But yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. If you're out in front of these storms, again, if you get put under severe thunderstorm warning, all you gotta do is be indoors and away from windows, and you'll be fine. I don't think we're going to get much more higher caliber severe weather than what we just saw. You know, we're starting to see a lot of that crap convection out in front of these storms. But I mean, if you live pretty much anywhere further to the east in Kansas, and also over there in Missouri, going into Arkansas, these storms are still going to have severe potential. So it's not over yet. But I don't typically I don't cover like marginal severe weather. If that was one of my criterias, I'd be live 24/7, and I would be like 800 pounds, as I would never leave my desk, and I would have horrible back pain. But I do appreciate you guys tuning in. Again, if you haven't subscribed yet, there's 1,500 of you guys here. Help me out. Let's get to that. Let's get to 50K, or at the very least, let's stay ahead of Stormrunner Media in subscribers. I don't care about the count, obviously, but I think it's pretty cool to see that number go up. I like seeing things go up. But also, hit that like button on the way out. Thank you, Help, Blondie, and E-Rev for helping modding the chat. Considering keeping it Help a mod for a while. And also, shout out to everybody that donated during the stream as well. Again, it is a big help out to the channel when you guys support us or support me in that way. It keeps the lights on. And it allows us to continue to not get sponsors. So I appreciate you guys allowing me to have that freedom. So thank you so much for that. But you guys take it easy, and I will see you guys probably not tomorrow. Tomorrow looks like a pretty low end day, unless it gets like upgraded significantly, or we get some sort of crazy atmospheric accident that causes tons of some tornado warnings to happen. But yeah, other than that, you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace.